Okay, you got Gabe. Check, test us. You're muted.
Check.
There we go.
Sorry, I had to run from the AV room down to the podium so you could hear me.
Okay, how about this?
Do you have like you're on your phone? Right? Can you hit your volume up? You're not bad, but I can.
I'm on speakerphone, so I'll take it. Hold on, let me try this. How about with it on just regular device instead of speaker?
That's a little better. Let me grab the iPad. Give me 2 seconds.
Good. Yeah, no worries.
All right, I bumped you up a little bit. Can you try again?
Yeah, how about now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Hello. Okay.
Do you want to try to kick back to your speaker so you can see the presentation stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm in the gym right now, so there's going to be some background noise, but how about now? I'm on speaker.
That sounds pretty good. Let me just.
Okay.
I can kick it if you want to see the presentation. I can share the screen, or you think you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. As long as we're tracking. I'm just gonna have to have somebody bump it to the next slide, but Trevor said he'll do that.
Yeah, if Trevor's there, or we can do that if you just say next slide. Whatever's easier.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I'll just say next slide. Yep.
Sounds like a plan. Cool. Well, you sound good. So, yeah, just join.
I'll text Ann. No, I'm doing both because we kind of left it ambiguous on the stats, but I'll let her know.
Sounds like a plan.
Cool. Thanks, Gabe.
You got it. Thank you.
See you. Bye.
All right, bye. Hey, Grant, it's Gabe.
Hey, let me, you got me?
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you. Can you see the screen?
I can, yes, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
So I'll mute it until I'm up.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Cool, thanks.
How are you? Nice to meet you. Okay, this is the representative from how are you doing?
Hey, Sandy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. We got you clear. If you just mute yourself till you're ready, you'd be good to go.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Dude, don't hold that against me. This is what they're already teed up. Right? It's good to see you. Keep it cranked up, okay?
Got some friends from Oregon. We're way up on the coast. It's nice and cool, beautiful. So I flew down last night. I'm flying back in the morning. She's doing good. Yeah. Good seeing you, man. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Hey, Councilman Beaver, can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Hey, Jasmine, can you hear us? He's on. Yep. She's muted. Hey, Jasmine, you're muted. Could we just get a test for audio, please?
Is now joining.
Hey, is that you, Jasmine? Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Great. Coming through loud and clear. If you'll just mute yourself till you're ready, we're good to go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Call our normally scheduled city council meeting to order for August 25th, 2025. Current time is 6 p.m. We'll have Pastor Mike Frisch lead us in prayer, followed by our new captain doing the Pledge of Allegiance. Could I get everybody to please rise?
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, thank you for our city. Thank you for our leaders. God, I pray that tonight you would give them wisdom to know what to do and the courage to do it. God, I pray that as we speak to each other, whether we agree or disagree, we would do that with honor and with dignity and with respect, and that tonight would honor you. We're grateful, God, for where you've brought us, and we look forward to where you're going to lead us. And so lead us tonight. And thank you for the privilege of being here, and thank you for the opportunity that's in front of us. And it's in the name of Jesus we pray these things. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor and Captain. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Miller,
Here.
Councilmember Woolsey. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Venable,
Here.
Mayor Thorpe.
Here.
Joining us via teleconference tonight is Councilmember Beaver. Councilmember Beaver, are you present?
I am.
Thank you, sir. And can you confirm that the agenda was posted at your location 72 hours in advance?
It was.
Thank you. And for the record, Councilmember Beaver is joining us from the Courtyard Washington Downtown Convention Center.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. For the item of city manager recruitment, the city council interviewed executive search firms in closed session, and the city manager will be executing an agreement with HR Dynamics and Performance Management in an amount not to exceed $25,000. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Interim City Manager, any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, there is one change to the urgency item regarding the fire code. We have an amended urgency ordinance that has been placed in the back and is available on the city's website. A copy has been given to all the council members. The short version is that we removed remodeling from one of the trigger requirements for the fire sprinklers. So now it is simply new mobile homes, manufactured homes, or relocated mobile homes and manufactured homes. We no longer have remodeling listed.
Perfect, thanks, sir. With that, we'll move to our special presentations. We have our lieutenant from the Sheriff's Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. As you know, our Captain Walker has been reassigned to our Specialized Investigations Division. We do have our new captain, Captain Brandon Wiebold, here to give a real quick introduction to himself and do the public safety update. Captain Wiebold came from the Scientific Investigations Division, and I will turn it over to him for a little brief intro.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Brandon Wiebold. I'm the newly assigned captain at the Yucaipa Station. I want to start by saying that I'm really excited to be here. Although this will be my first time assigned to the Yucaipa Station, it's not the first time that I've been involved with the station. My father was assigned here as a detective between 1995 and 2000. And I spent numerous hours with him at the station, which is where my interest in law enforcement began. I'm a lifelong resident of the surrounding area. I was raised in Grand Terrace, and I currently live in Beaumont. I have several friends and family that live in Yucaipa, and I've always enjoyed being here. I've heard nothing but great things about the personnel assigned to the station and the support that we receive from the community and city officials. I'm looking forward to picking up from where Captain Walker left off, however great that challenge may be. I say that because from what I've seen and been told, Captain Walker did a phenomenal job here. I'm also looking forward to building relationships with the city and the residents that we serve and working in a collaborative manner to ensure that Yucaipa continues to be one of the safest cities in California. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'd like to come down and join us in the front of the dais for a quick photo. So now that everybody knows who you are, you want to do the safety report for the Sheriff's Department?
All right, so for the safety report for July of 2025, for calls for service, we had 3,659, a little almost 500 more than the month of June. However, we maintained a 3-minute average response time to emergency calls. Peak call times continued to be Sunday through Tuesday afternoon. Part 1 crimes, we had 1 reported rape. Here it says 1 robbery, however, that's going to be a county issue. And we had 22 aggravated assaults, 7 burglaries, 18 thefts, 2 motor vehicle thefts. For arrests in July, we had 95 arrests. 63 were adult bookings into one of our correctional facilities. The most common arrests were narcotic-related offenses, warrant arrests, trespass offenses, and domestic violence incidents. For our traffic enforcement division, we had 145 traffic citations issued in the month of July and 15 traffic accident investigations, 2 DUI arrests, and 3 Office of Traffic Safety operations. And finally, for our solution-oriented policing team, they handled 33 transient calls for service. 6 complaints came in via the Yucaipa app in July, which is down from about 33 in June. 5 subjects accepted assistance or information, and there was 1 placement. They conducted approximately 40 park patrols and vacant property checks. They continued collaboration with local business owners and managers, and 13 updated letters of agency. Code enforcement drone flights to locate illegal firework activity, which resulted in 3 cited for fireworks. And I'm happy to report that during the 2025 point in time count, we had 4 unsheltered subjects, which was a 70% decrease from 2024. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. My colleagues have any questions? No? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be the fire department. Chief Malinowski. By
Good
phone,
evening,
right? There he is. Okay.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I apologize, couldn't be there. I'm currently deployed on a strike team up in Fresno County. Besides our 100-degree plus days, we're seeing a statewide lightning activity causing an immense amount of initial attack and extended attack fires. So nothing quite major fires yet, but helping out our neighbors up north. So stats for Yucaipa fire for July. We can go next slide. 781 calls per service, which is a very busy month. And the kind of normal breakdown there on calls, nothing out of the ordinary. We'll go next slide. So on July 16th, units from Yucaipa City, CAL FIRE, and the Forest Service received a report of a fire at Potato Canyon. Upon leaving the office, I saw we had an obvious working fire. I was able to rolling request, just coming out of the office there, doubling our air assets, including a large air tanker, which is like a Dash 8, not the jumbo jet. So I was first on scene, found an acre and heavy old growth oak that was immediately threatening structures on Sunset. Tied in with Captain Walker, we issued an evacuation order for Sunset and Potato Canyon with some road closures. Our resources out of the Bryant Station took immediate action, and they had task forced up our 2,000-gallon water tender that we have from the Oakland contract, which proved valuable to mitigate that structure threat. Air tankers were allowed the fire to be boxed in with retardant before it reached an adjacent canyon, which is primarily grass. Had it spread in that canyon, we would have been looking at an extended attack or a major incident there. Firefighters were able to contain the fire to 1.5 acres. And just, a note for the public, we get a lot of pressure to open roads and lift orders as soon as they don't see smoke in the air. But as a reminder, that fire started with 1 spark, and until we mop it up 100%, there's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of sparks in the ground we got to mop up. And now, next slide. So part of the advantage of me being a certified large tree faller for our department, I was able to certify all our staff in wildland chainsaws. This is a formalized training that's a didactic test and field evaluation. Next. And then 4th of July, as we do annually, we were able to, I was able to issue a permit along with our fire marshal for the fireworks show at Yucaipa High School. We provided standby for that on the firing pad and in our adjacent wildlands with no issues. And then also enforcement, which we'd kind of talked about previously. Anecdotally, living in the city, and I think stats-wise, we saw a large decrease in aerial fireworks and overall fireworks during our multi-agency enforcement. Our CAL FIRE law enforcement did confiscate several 100 pounds of fireworks, all safe and sane type. They issued warnings. A lot of it was a misconception on, hey, I bought this from a fireworks stand, it's good to go, and not understanding that no fireworks are legal in Yucaipa. Our staff wasn't unable to track down any aerial fireworks despite their best efforts and roving patrols, although sheriffs did cite several people for aerial type fireworks, even though all are dangerous and will cause fires. That's end report, and answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues have any questions? Comments? All right, thank you, sir. Brings us to code enforcement. Mr. Benson?
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. These are the code enforcement statistics for July 2025. We had 44 new cases submitted. 10 of those 44 were resolved by the end of the month. Like usual, the top cases are overgrown vegetation, maintenance of right-of-way, and trash and debris. This is an example of kind of a flop pad, I describe it as. It's a shed in an abandoned property, or a rural property that some people kind of turned into like their little drug den. So we cleaned that up for them. As far as inspection activity goes, we had 94 inspections, 67 total cases closed out, over $10,000 received in citation fees. One comprehensive mobile home inspection was completed, 3 poultry ranch inspections were completed, and one property was approved for the fine forgiveness program. They applied for that program while it was still active, and we're still going through the process. It was finally completed in July. This is another transient camp that we cleaned up in the city in July. That's the end of my report, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any
I
questions or comments?
don't have questions, but I have 2 comments.
Yes, ma'am.
About 2 weeks ago, I noticed in front of our mobile home park 2 individuals that were in the drainage ditch. And it looked like one possibly was using drugs. I took pictures. I text that to you. Within 10 minutes, I swear, they had them. They had left the area, walked down the street, and the one car got the individuals. The second one came up and checked down in the drainage as to what all was there, if there was anything. So I know for the people in my mobile home park, we definitely appreciate that. Second comment, last Monday, I got to observe 2 junk cars removed from the corner of 3rd and E, which was a result of the ordinance that we passed. And I got to talk to the neighbor that lived next door, and she is so excited and so happy and so appreciative that we were able to do that. Now, we just have to get them to clean up their junk, but at least we've got rid of the cars. And I just personally want to thank code enforcement and the SOP team and the job that your people do. We appreciate you.
We appreciate your thanks. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Anything else? You? Chris? Anything?
Good.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Justin, you have to remind me if you have anything to say, because I'm not used to being on the speaker. All right.
I definitely will if I need to, sir. Thank you.
Okay, there we are. Just want to make sure we still had you. With that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do. We will start with Michelle Farah, followed by Hanson Wong. Just a quick reminder, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michelle Farage. I live at 33233 Colorado Street. I just wanted to ask or make some statements about some policies that you folks have for the city. Your general rules about building and who gets to build and who doesn't. There's a big ordinance about no metal buildings, no metal roofing, and yet in today's climate where we are all worried about fires, we're still not being allowed to put together metal sheds and put metal roofs on our homes or anything of that sort. But yet, there are lots of properties who get to, like in the middle of our shopping area, there is, I think it was considered a senior housing project, which is totally made out of metal siding, metal top. I know we're supposed to be building things that look like surrounding area, and that by means does not, portray that code. There are buildings planted on the outside corridors of the 10 freeway, all done out of metal, all do not represent the housing around it or buildings around it. So I just want to know that, is it just deep pockets that get to do these things, or does the average person get to protect their properties by building them in ways that more or less protect them? So I also can take a moment and just say that I'm not for a lot of your corridor area plans. I think it's called a freeway corridor. I live there. I get to see all that traffic. Sunday mornings takes me 13 minutes to get to work. During the week, it takes me 45, unless there's an accident. Then it can be well over an hour. So I can't imagine what it's going to be like with all these additional houses and trucks trying to go through there. And as far as I've seen, I haven't seen any expansion for our freeway corridor through that area either. But, so I guess there's no comments back. But along Oak Glen Road, great to have businesses get put in there, but I'm also very incredibly disappointed that you took away the Dunlap Park. Dunlap has always been sort of the red stepchild of Yucaipa, and it shouldn't be. Those citizens deserve more than they usually get, from schools to parks to a drainage system that took 40 years to develop. So, good job on the drainage system, really boo-hoo for the rest of it. That's all I needed to say. Thanks.
Next, we have Mark Westwood, followed by Rain Mendoza.
At the conclusion of our meeting, could we have someone reach out to that last public speaker to kind of go over the code section? Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to represent KQLH and do a quick follow-up on the fireworks. And I don't know whether you're aware or not, but KQLH has over 90,000 listeners a day now, 92.5, it's Yucaipa's radio station. And I got together with Judy Woolsey, and we were talking about animals and pets and fireworks, and we did 75 90-second announcements on KQLH 4 days prior to the 4th of July. So we just wanted to say that we're proud to have done that, and maybe we've helped a little bit on that. So thank you.
Next, we have Rain Mendoza.
All right. Hi, my name is Rain Mendoza, and I follow Representative Overnolte's newsletter, and I noticed that he came to Yucaipa and discussed with Mayor John Thorpe about key priorities for the city and how to continue working together. But I couldn't find online what exactly these key priorities were and such which way would be continuing working together. So if there's any way I can get that information, I would really like that. This is my concern because we are trying to develop in Yucaipa, and a lot of us are very open about our opinions in the way we want Yucaipa to grow. And so I don't know if or where Representative Overnolte's stance is, such as the per warehouses in Yucaipa and industry. That is all. I would just like more transparency with how our city government is communicating with the rest of government, especially how it pertains to us, because we live here. So that's it. Thank you.
I have no more comments for general public.
All right, thank you, ma'am. With that, this is the time for city council members to disclose if they have any conflicts of interest. Hearing none. Okay. Brings us to the consent agenda. Is there any items that council wants to pull or talk about?
Yes, I would like to pull item 5.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Miller? Okay. With that, do I have a motion to accept items 1 through 4 and 6 through 8?
Mr. Mayor, I'll approve, or make a motion to approve the items except for number 5, which we'll have for discussion.
I'll second that. So we got a first and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor,
Aye.
You know what?
I'm so sorry.
We
Just
got to
for
do a roll call vote. I apologize.
That's right.
So,
Councilmember Bieber,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Woolsey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable,
Yes.
Mayor Thorpe.
yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. With that, item number 5.
Okay, thank you. A few questions that I have. First of all, does work have to be done on this project before the grant is applied for?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For this grant program, the only work that occurs after the grant is awarded is eligible for grant funding. So we would have to wait until the results of their review, and if the grant is approved, then we can begin the work.
So we have to wait for the grant to be approved before the work can be done?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just trying to clarify here. Okay, I do have concerns about the grant anyway. You know, with the atmosphere that's going on between federal government and state government, I would think that grants will be very iffy for money to come to California. So that was my major concern about whether the work could be done first or not. Have we gotten any bids or anything on what this project is actually going to cost?
Yes, we have. We did receive an estimate regarding the ball field lighting itself. I think it was $740,000 for the ball field lighting.
Okay.
And then for the landscaping is about $200,000 and $60,000 for the parking lot lighting.
Okay. Now, also in here, it talks about the letter of intent for that 1 acre of land to be purchased, which will have to be sold to help pay for our share of the grant. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. What happens if that letter of intent would go away? If they change their mind or something, do we have anyone else interested in this property? Has it been advertised?
The property has not been advertised since there's an exclusive negotiations agreement between the city and the other party. I believe it's Toscanos. So that is the only process that we've gone through to date. I believe that if the property is not sold, you know, under the terms and conditions of that exclusive negotiations agreement, then the city council would have the option to pursue that same type of agreement with another party. But to answer your question, it has not been advertised. It was something that was it came to the city, and then that opportunity came to the city, which was presented to the city council for the exclusive negotiation agreement.
And that was in 21, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I just, to clarify this, for myself, for the people watching, and for the people sitting here, $1 million would be borrowed from the general fund?
No. It would be
from the DIF fund?
It would be from the DIF fund where the project is.
To put into the general fund?
The grant request is for $500,000, which would require a $500,000 local match from the city. And what we are recommending is that the $500,000 come from the proceeds of the sale of the property that you referred to earlier.
Okay. Okay, I just need to clarify this. The 1 million, we would be going after a grant for 1 million.
No, we would be going, and we would be requesting $500,000.
Okay, because the way I was reading it, you know, we would be requesting a $1 million grant, but we had to put up the $500,000 to show that we had that.
We are requesting $1 million for a project of which the city will pay 50% and the grant will pay 50%.
Okay, Phil's going to straighten me out here.
Yeah, no, Fermin had it exactly correct. So the grant award is $500,000. The grant requires a match of an equal amount. So the total project cost of $1 million is funded half with the grant and then half really through the Development Impact Fee Fund. That would require transfers from the general fund that would be funded through sale of surplus property.
Okay, thank you. I'm not against the ball fields, lighting the ball fields. It's very important, you know, that the kids have a place to safely play, and they could be used more than they are currently now. You know, actually, we could probably use more ball fields. We could use more facilities where our maybe younger, healthier, older children could play. We have a lot of problems now with e-bikes and bicycles and all this type of thing going on in the city because they have no place to ride. There's lots of trails, which is good for hiking and horse riding, but there's nothing for these kids. So, you know, we cut out a lot of services that people have complained about, and I think down the road, we need to take that into consideration also. Not just specialize like in ball fields. We need to look into providing more services for these kids. I'm not against the ball fields. I'm not really against this or for this. I need to do some thinking on this before we vote.
Just to clarify too, this area of Yucaipa was previously owned by the Finkelstein family.
Mm-hmm.
And so any property that the city owns in that area that was originally donated to the city of Yucaipa, the revenues generated from the sale can only be used specifically in that area of the community. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't just picking always one spot, and it helps us complete the 13th Street Sports Complex.
Right.
And to clarify, the revenue will have to can only be used for recreational purposes.
Okay, and once again, just to clarify, no construction will be done until the grant is awarded.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Woosley, I appreciate your comments, and I'm glad to see we're going to be lighting some ball fields down there. I know the Youth League is going to love that, and I think that's been a plan for a while, is to upgrade them. And can you tell me what fields we're going to be upgrading? I think we had talked about it a little bit earlier.
Yes, there are 4 fields at the facility, actually 3 Little League / softball fields, and then 1 smaller field, which is essentially just an infield, no outfield. So the 3 fields that are being proposed for lighting are the 3 larger fields, so not the smaller T-ball field. And these are the ball fields that are located on the west side of 13th Street at the adjacent to the skate park.
Thank you. You know, and we have to remember, baseball is a wonderful brand in this town. Softball, baseball, and I think anything we can do to encourage that in the future is a good thing. And I know our youth leagues will be appreciative of that. So I hope we get the grant. No problem. Most of these grants are matching grants anyways. Obviously, this has been a historical thing that we're able to do. So I appreciate the work that staff has done on that to seek these grants. But I do appreciate Councilmember Woosley's comment, especially about, I agree with you on the e-bike issue, and now it seems to be mini bikes running up and down the road. So we'll chat about that with our new captain pretty soon, I'm sure. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, nothing for me.
Councilman Beaver?
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a first and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor.
Oh, I did it again.
I'm so sorry. Just a reminder, every vote tonight has to be via roll call vote due to Councilman Beaver joining us via teleconference. Councilmember Beaver?
Yes, and my apologies.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Councilmember Woolsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable?
Aye.
Mayor Thorpe?
Yes, aye.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item number 9. Chief Malinowski.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and Council. So the item before you is bringing back the procurement of the command vehicle for the 2nd Staff Battalion Chief. We diligently worked on the recommendations from council, given the fact there was about a week of reflex time before having to turn in staff reports for this meeting. We did reach out to Bancor. We did get some informal quotes. With that amount of time, they were unable to provide us a formal quote. And the informal quotes, they gave us a range of $145,000 to $165,000, with an estimated purchase of $155,000, which was the same purchase that we had received on our estimates for an outright purchase. As we discussed, Phil and I discussed, there was also some other purchasing policy issues. So we didn't see an appreciable savings with this purchase. And since this vehicle was a one-off and they didn't have an existing contract, like state contract, DGS contract, Sourcewell contract, we were unable to piggyback. We would have to put this out to RFP with our spec, fly that, accept the bids, and then close it and award an RFP to a lender. And without an appreciable savings and with the additional lag time of that, we didn't see that as a good option for this. However, in looking into it and discussion from last council, staff did see that there may be a potential benefit for a fleet-wide leasing contract, at least to get more due diligence with additional time we'll need to take a better accurate look at that. So the recommendation for you tonight was to approve the procurement of the vehicle with downtown Fort of Sacramento for a purchase price of $64,072. We would also come back to you for the command portion build on a separate agenda item on a future council meeting. And then we also provide direction to staff regarding a comprehensive lease strategy for the city's vehicle fleet, which I don't want to speak for Phil, but I believe would be more in time with bringing that back for our next city budget. That's what I have for you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. My colleagues have any questions or comments?
Nope, I'll make a motion. I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second, and with that, a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bieber.
Yes.
Councilmember Miller.
Yes.
Councilmember Woolsey.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable.
Yes.
Mayor Thorpe.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item number 10.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 10 is going to be the monthly usage report for the Yucaipa mobile app. This is going to be for the month of July of 2025. Okay, very similarly to last month, we had a total of 274 monthly users. Reports submitted, reports issued 355, and the top issue again was streets. We had a total of 97 street issues that were reported. We had code issues that came in a close second with 77 issues, and then illegal fireworks was a close third with 67 issues reported. Per council's request at the last presentation of this item, you had requested that we add some response times. I went ahead and added response times for the top three street city issues. The average response time is 2.5 days. For code enforcement, it's just a little over 2.5 days. And then unfortunately, our app was not able to capture the response time for illegal fireworks, but those were the top three issues. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody have questions or concerns? Comments? No? Thank you. All right, that's a receive and file. We don't have to vote on this one, right?
We don't have to vote on this. I did have a question, though. I just wanted to see if I could get some clarification from council. This item, as it is a recurring monthly item, is this something that the council would like to continue to see as a report, or should we add this to the consent agenda? I'd be happy to add additional information to the report. If you'd like for it to go back on consent, we can add some more detailed information, but it's completely up to the council.
Are we getting more users by reporting this?
Yeah, it's I would say it's very consistent. July we had 274. Last month we had 169. So I think it just varies. It varies on the time of the year. But consistently, you're going to see that every month the top issue is always going to be streets. The response times are going to be pretty consistent. It's going to be a lot of the same report.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I brought it excuse me, to the attention, just to get more users out there, because there's full of information on anything that we do here in the city. We try to be more transparent for everybody to see what we do and stuff, and it's all on the Yucaipa app. You can go in there for dates on the ribbon cuttings and everything that we do in the city and stuff. And I think that there's reports in there from code enforcements that you can see, the progress that we're doing. And so that's why I really like to see it on the regular agenda than the consent, to maybe help boost that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely up to the council. There's some other things that maybe we could do. We could do some social media posts to try to promote this, but whatever the council would like.
So I'm good with anything, either way.
Any input?
Comment, yes.
I think,
Go ahead, Justin, sorry.
apologies. I think having this is, number one, we know that our police and our fire and our code enforcement are doing outstanding jobs for our community. Public Works does an amazing job as well. We may not see it as often, but anytime we have an opportunity for, even if Scott himself is to come up and kind of give a report on big projects that our Public Works have undertaken, the community sees the issues. They see the potholes. They see any type of roadway conditions or signage issues. I think it's an opportunity for them to come out and say, yeah, here's in the last 2 weeks since our last meeting, or the last 4 weeks, here's kind of what our Public Works has captured. Honestly, our Public Works, I think they're overworked, certainly understaffed, and I would love to try to champion their cause, because they are doing truly phenomenal work, while the rest of us, especially during times in inclement weather, during Hurricane, I think Hillary, we were all battening down the hatches and staying indoors, and our Public Works were out there clearing drainage canals. So I know Fermin's team, Scott Washburn, all the folks over there do incredible work, and I would love to highlight it at our city council meetings on a monthly basis.
Do you want to vote on that?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. I've used the app myself to report a couple of complaints that I received, and I thought, I need to use the app to see how it works so I can tell people it does work. Please use it. However, and I did get good results. However, I did have a complaint from a builder last week that was extremely upset with it. He felt that it's very difficult to use. He was overcharged on a couple of things. So these are things that am I looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah, there's a difference between the app where you can report
Oh, the app and the
homeless
okay.
issues, potholes, things like that. What he's
Okay.
talking about is our EP&L program. We do have resources, but if he needs assistance, please have him reach out to Ben or his team, or come into the counter and we will walk him through it.
Okay, sorry, I got that mixed up, but it was a concern, and I did.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councilman Miller, any concerns, questions? Do you need a motion and a vote on this then?
I think if we're keeping it as is, then I think we're okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. With that, we're moving on to item number 11.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephen Graham Pacifico, your city attorney. I'll be handling item number 11 and number 12. These are both municipal code updates. Item 11, ordinance number 463. We're looking at a sort of surgical strike, a small change to the definition of a responsible person under section 1.12.010. Now, this is a small change, but it's going to have a very big impact. If you look at the current definition of a responsible person, it means a property owner, a tenant, a person with a legal interest in real property, or a person in possession of real property. So those are the four categories of individual that code enforcement can hold responsible, that's why they're called the responsible person, for a violation of the city's municipal code. If you look at the updated ordinance, those four things that I just listed, those are 1, 2, 3, and 4 under the new ordinance. But we've also added a property manager or a management company with contractual or actual authority over the property. So if you contract with a property management company to maintain your property in the city of Yucaipa and it is not maintained, the city can cite that property management company going forward. Number 6, a contractor, subcontractor, or developer performing work at the property. If they're the one creating the nuisance, then we can cite them instead of citing just the property owner. Number 7, a operator or host of a short-term rental or other transient lodging use. Number 8, a business operator or franchise conducting operations on the property. Number 9, a homeowners association or similar entity responsible for managing or maintaining common areas of the property. So if we have an HOA and they're failing to live up to their obligations to maintain property within the city, we can now issue citations to the HOA. And then lastly, number 10, and unfortunately, number 10 is one that happens way too often in this community and others, a family member, caretaker, or other occupant who exercises control over the use or condition of the property. So oftentimes what we've been seeing is we have maybe an elderly individual who is the owner, the legal owner of the property, but they have a younger relative, perhaps a son, perhaps just someone who lives with them, a caretaker, and that person actually exercises control over the property and is responsible for the condition of that property. And so we've encountered situations like that, and our option is to initiate an action or a citation against the elderly property owner when they're not actually the person who's responsible for it or can fix it. And so this gives us the ability to actually deal with the person responsible and who's capable of resolving it. The goal here is to put additional tools in the toolbox for our code enforcement to make sure that we are holding those individuals responsible who are actually creating the nuisances in our community. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have about this change.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, comments, concerns from my colleagues? Seeing, hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
We got a first.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry.
First being Councilman Miller, second Councilman Woolsey. With that, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Beaver,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Woolsey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable,
Yes.
Mayor Thorpe.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, sir, back to you again. Item 12.
Yes, Mayor, and what we have in front of us is an urgency item, urgency ordinance number 464U. We're bringing this forward on an urgency basis, not because the city has been sitting around waiting to bring something on an emergency basis like this, but rather because we're responding to urgency legislation that the state of California legislature actually adopted not that long ago. The legislature was looking at AB 306 for the last year, primarily in response to the Palisades fires. And what they were considering at the legislature was freezing the building codes in the state of California as it relates to residential construction. And the intent was to prevent, I'll call it some of our more coastal neighbors in the state, from enacting ever more complicated and burdensome amendments to the building codes at the local level, making it really challenging for people to rebuild their homes following those fires, but also just to build residential housing in general, increasing the cost of that residential housing. The legislature, instead of adopting AB 306 on regular order, which means it would probably be adopted right about now and then signed into law by the governor, and it would go into effect in January, what the legislature did was they took the language from AB 306 and they put it into their budget bill, and they adopted it on an urgency basis back in June. And the language prevents local jurisdictions, like the city of Yucaipa, from enacting changes to our building codes, including our fire code, that would have an effect on residential housing. And it's going to have this moratorium on changes until 2031. And so conversations that local jurisdictions like this have had are there important changes that we were planning on bringing forward in the triennial review later on this year that we need to get on the books now before September 1st so that it is essentially grandfathered in for the next 6 years? And after talking about it with staff, the one issue that we felt very strongly that we wanted to bring forward to the council for your consideration was whether newly constructed or relocated mobile homes and manufactured homes would be required to have fire sprinklers. Now, we don't control the design of the fire sprinkler systems. That's the state. That's through HCD. We control only the question of if. Does it need to have a fire sprinkler system? As it stands now, that requirement is not in our code. As many of you saw, we did have a recent fire at a mobile home community, I believe in Calamasa, that can show you just how quickly fire can spread in these communities. The original version that we had included new, relocated, and remodeled mobile homes, manufactured homes. After hearing some feedback from the community, from residents, from owners, and frankly a lot of questions that we acknowledged raised issues, we're recommending to remove the remodel language. So you have an amended version of the ordinance in front of you. It's been placed in the back. We've given it to interested parties. We were getting questions like, if I change my carpet, do I need to put in fire sprinklers? And that really wasn't the issue that we were attempting to resolve. And we don't want to disincentivize people from upgrading their existing units. We want to address when new ones are coming into the community and being relocated. So you have it in front of you. This is an urgency item. It does require a 4/5 vote. If it is to go effect, it will go into effect immediately. And this will preserve the city's ability to implement that fire sprinkler requirement. I would add that based on feedback that we received from the Building and Safety Department, we did add Section 2, subsection B, which also requires that newly constructed and relocated mobile homes and manufactured homes will be constructed using ignition-resistive materials and practices. So again, this is a requirement that we are preventing these types of homes from essentially being tinderboxes. These requirements are not unique to mobile homes and manufactured homes. We do have other requirements for single-family homes, and you are going to see a new code coming forward later this year. It's going to talk about ignition-resistant materials for those, but we need to get this one on the books now to ensure that it gets grandfathered in. It's a policy question, though. It's ultimately up to the council, and if you want this to go into effect, we will need 4 affirmative votes. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. With that, does council have any questions or concerns, comments?
I immediately jumped on this because I live in a mobile home, and I did meet with Jennifer this morning, and since then, there's been these changes, so I had to kind of redo my thinking here a little bit, but it still involves mobile homes to a point. I guess my first question would be, will this affect all mobile home parks in the city when we bring in the newly constructed or those type of things? Or is it just the parks on the outskirts in the high fire security zone?
So that's a really good question. So Section 2A affects all mobile homes throughout the entire community, and that's the fire sprinkler requirement. B only affects those in a high fire severity zone, and that's the requirement for the ignition resistant materials.
For the materials. Yes. But A would affect, is for the sprinklers.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, it's only for new homes, most of which are already built with sprinklers anyway, or for relocated.
That's the word, relocated, right?
Yes. So you're bringing it into the community.
Right. Okay, well, if you're relocating relocating mobiles into the parks, fire sprinklers are very expensive. And also, they require a lot of water. We've had this problem in our park with too much pressure. They require more pressure. So with too much pressure, then we have issues where our underground water pipes would spring a leak. And it would cost a lot of money to have to dig down and fix those issues. So, that's a concern for me with the sprinklers, is the water pressure. And I don't know, how that affects or how that works with the water district, but I think this is something that, needs to be taken into consideration. Can you clarify for me, where does a remodel permit come from? Does it come from the HDC?
It'd come from HED, but again, we've removed the remodel
You removed,
trigger.
okay, so some of those.
For that exact reason.
Yeah, okay, so that takes care of that then. So,
And then to your point about water pressure,
Mhm.
I'm a lawyer, not an engineer.
Right.
Right, so grain of salt,
Right.
this way for better advice. But typically the resolution that I've seen to that is installation of pressure regulators on the system to keep the pressure under control.
okay. Okay, I understand the pressure regulators because I am familiar with those. Even with like an RV, you use a pressure regulator. But I just am concerned about the pressure that could cause a lot of issues for parks. You know, that's my concern right there.
So I put the cart in front of the horse a little bit. We have a public comment on this, so let's hear that first before we go any further down the
Great.
line here with comments and concerns. Madam Clerk?
We do have one public comment, Mr. Mark Westwood.
Of course I dropped everything, right? Sorry about that. At least you can know I can still touch my knees. Okay, Mark Westwood, Chair of the Yucaipa Mobile Home Residents Association. I'm very happy and pleased that, we got together with a couple of council people, talked to people individually, talked with Jennifer Crawford, talked with Stephen Graham, and they've very much accommodated some of our worries. I'm here mostly for education tonight. There's a lot of misnomers that mobile homes are so much more flammable than regular stick-built homes, and I want to make the argument that they're not, and just give you some facts. Mobile homes in Yucaipa as of 2023, 2,270, but AI, which by the way, we had to use AI for a lot of this because this was an emergency ordinance, and a lot of what was happening, we had to get information wherever we can, so AI said there's 488 mobile homes in Yucaipa, probably outlying areas. Traditional built, non-manufactured stick homes as of 2023, 18,500. Number of mobile homes burned in Yucaipa since 1991, 6. So there's not a whole lot of mobile homes burning up. One was arson. A couple were accidental, and those mobile homes still stand. They were repaired. They didn't completely burn down. And I don't have the statistics on the other ones, but it's a very relatively low number of traditional houses burned in Yucaipa in the same amount of time, 80. So if you go by that data, you would say that regular stick-built traditional homes are more flammable than mobile homes, but that's not also true. We understand and that, but we do know that it would be an awful burden to put in fire sprinkler systems, and of course that we talked about that, about roofs, about different improvements, about conversions. We talked about a whole 9 yards, and we came up with this idea of taking out and striking, and they did. They struck remodeled mobile homes, but relocated mobile homes, if they had to relocate a mobile home for whatever reason, I found one quote that was $12,000 plus the pump and plus all that, just for the mobile home. And that also affects the park too, because they're going to have to put in new piping as well most of the time. So I'm glad that we came to this, especially for the mobile homes that are in level 1 danger zone, which has been identified in Yucaipa by the state fire marshal. And those are Las Casitas, Executive, El Dorado, Lakeview, and Fremont. Those were all mobile homes that would have been very drastically impacted by this possibly. So we're glad of that. But going back to 306, which is the emergency bill, which is what's caused this urgency ordinance, it states very clearly that the changes and the modifications necessary as an emergency standard to protect health and safety can still go forward. And then my other question, I don't know if I can ask a question, but maybe through Councilman Woolsey, is if you do this amendment tonight and you approve it by 4/5, then can you come back and amend that ordinance even before June 1st, 2030, which is when that emergency ordinance ends? Thank you very much.
I have no more comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, would you like to respond to that?
If the council would like me to, I'd be happy to. Yes, we would be able to amend it. If by amend it, we mean reducing the standard. The issue under 306 is increasing standards. So if for whatever reason it was determined that this isn't working in our community, you could always pull it back. Yes.
Thank you. Any other comments, concerns, questions? Miller? Venable? Beaver?
No, sir.
I don't know if he's still on the phone, and I don't hate to put him on the spot because I didn't have a chance to talk to him about it, but Chief Malinowski, are you still there?
Sir, he's not, but if you need him, I can have him join the meeting again.
No, that's okay. If he was here, I was gonna ask him a question, but it's probably not pertinent, so, okay. Then I need a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, we got a first. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Perfect. With that, a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Beaver?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Councilmember Woolsey?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable?
No.
Mayor Thorpe?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Did you say it failed? Wasn't there 3
Yes.
yeses?
You needed a 4/5 vote.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, all right. Okay, with that, item number 13, it's a public hearing. So I'll open the public hearing. And current time, 6:59.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This public hearing is for the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan Update and the Pacific Oaks Commerce Center project. I know that this will be probably the 4th or 5th time that the City Council has seen a lot of this information in the public hearing setting. So there are several slides that are going to be presented to you tonight that you have seen before, that the public has seen before. I'll spend a little bit of time on them just to get the information out there. So we'll start with a little bit of history. You know, as you are aware, the focus of this item is the area along the I-10 freeway, and for years, going back to the city's first general plan that was adopted in 1992, that area has always been identified as a key component to the city's long-term plan as far as economic development. And, you know, for years after that, the city council has planned that to be, you know, the future of commercial and housing needs for the city. The 2004 general plan continued that goal. The 2016 general plan update also added more goals that reinforces how important the freeway corridor specific plan area is, not just for the commercial and residential needs of the city, but also the future, the economic development of the city. So again, you know, just a little more history, you know, back between 2005 and 2008, the City Council, they authorized the use of $750,000 in general funding, and that was to help facilitate the development in the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan area. That resulted in the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan adoption. That plan was adopted by the City Council in 2008. And again, I wanted to emphasize, you know, that the City Council back then had prioritized the use of general fund money to facilitate development on this property or on these properties. Typically, cities won't invest money like that to kickstart this kind of development. So once the current plan was adopted back in 2008, you know, that's been in place for almost 17 years. This slide here shows that essentially what the land use distribution of the current plan is. Again, this is a current plan. What you are considering tonight is an update to this plan, if that update is not approved, then we default back to this current 2008 plan. So the current 2008 plan, it includes the commercial areas as well as the open space areas and residential areas. One thing I wanted to point out is that on this plan, the commercial areas are in red. Currently, the warehouse use is allowed in these red areas. As you know, there's a warehouse that is currently being developed on the bottom right edge of the screen here in the southeast area off of County Line Road. So the warehouses are currently allowed in the red commercial zoned areas. There are some, what is not shown on this plan is the natural drainage courses. On this exhibit on the screen, we've overlaid those natural drainage courses in blue. As you can see, they do overlap with a lot of the not only open space area, but also the residential zoned area in yellow, and much of the commercial zoned area in red. And it's important to note this because, right now, currently, with the current plan, if a commercial or residential project is proposed on the land use on the properties that are shown on this plan, they would still have to go through a conditional use permit process and an environmental review process, which may also include permitting. So the current plan does require some additional steps, which may prohibit development within some of these natural drainage courses, but if the property owner chooses to develop within those drainage courses, then there would be some more extensive environmental review that would be necessary, which comes with an additional cost. And in addition to that, there's the mitigation requirements that are required by the permitting agencies to be able to develop within these areas. So this exhibit here, it's important to note the overlay of these natural drainage courses over the current plan as it's adopted. So since the plan was adopted in 2008, there are some issues that we've found with the plan. Some of them are noted here on this slide. The high infrastructure costs. There have been some changes in the economic market between 2008 and today. This plan, it won't work with the city's current housing element and the RENA requirements with the new state housing laws. The business park and the regional commercial land uses are indistinguishable, and what I mean by that is right now it's not quite clear as to which retail uses and which business park or warehouse uses are allowed in each of those two the land uses. And then also the open space was supposed to be a natural area, and it didn't really recognize those sensitive environmental areas or those drainage areas that you saw on the previous slide. So once this was realized in 2021 and 2022, there were some goals that were set by the City Council. The goals related to an update to the plan. Those were important to note because the City Council at the time wanted to maintain the general goals and policies of the 2008 plan, but at the same time be consistent with the city's general plan, not just the current general plan, but some of the policies that were in the previous plan that evolved to the policies that are in place with the 2016 plan. Again, the current economic market, addressing the needs of the current economic market is also important. And then probably one of the most important things is providing the flexibility for the property owners moving forward. I mentioned that with the current plan, there's some additional environmental work and mitigation that is required in these drainage channels and sensitive environmental areas. Well, with the update, we wanted to provide more flexibility for the property owners to be able to do what they choose to do with their property in the future. And even if that means that they would have to go back and revisit some of the environmental reviews or the studies, but they would still have that flexibility and ability to do that in the future. So once those goals were established, the City Council provided direction to staff moving forward with the update. As you can see on the screen, there were several public meetings or study sessions that were held in 2021 and 2022. And again, there's that direction from City Council was very specific, to allow more flexibility in open space, consider the natural views, preserve the ridge lines from the freeway and Oakland Road, manage traffic impacts, and then to hide warehouses from the freeway and the adjacent city streets. So in May of this year, City Council was presented with 5 options and directed staff to move forward with option number 3. The plan that you see on the screen before reflects that option number 3. And the update that the City Council is considering tonight, the overall specific plan update, is based on this option number 3 that City Council gave direction to staff on back in May. One of the things that was requested at a previous meeting was a side-by-side comparison of the 2008 plan, the current plan, and the updated plan. And as you can see on the screen, we kept the colors the same. The commercial areas are in red. And I mentioned earlier that with the current plan on the left, the warehouse uses are allowed in the red commercial zoned areas. One of the key differences on the updated plan, there is the dark green colors, which is the open space conservation area. That is very similar to the exhibit you just saw that showed the blue natural drainage courses. So this updated plan, we wanted to identify those sensitive environmental areas in those drainage courses and essentially complete all the environmental work that is required that a developer would have to do with the current plan. We completed that environmental work and the mitigation studies as part of the update. That way, if a property owner chose to develop on that property, they would not have to do that. Obviously, they do have if this updated plan is approved, the property owners will still have the ability, that flexibility to develop within those areas, but they would have to complete some additional environmental review on their own at their expense, which is pretty typical, pretty common with any property owner who wishes to develop their property. Again, with the updated plan, this slide here shows the number of residential units. The existing plan provides for 2,447 units. The proposed plan adds an additional 25 units. And one thing that's important to mention is that the residential land uses, the densities, they were updated to work with the market demand. On the left side of the screen, on the bottom, you see the different residential density types. The R6 and the R12 land use, those were added to the updated plan for flexibility. Those two don't exist in the current plan. And again, those two were added to add flexibility and also to work with the current housing market demand. And the area in pink there where the pumpkin patch is, I wanted to know that is another land use that was added in the update, the agricultural tourism. And again, that was added after some conversations with the pumpkin patch property owners and their operators. Again, this is to support their current pumpkin patch and also to allow for their flexibility in the future to continue to use agricultural-based use with some commercial capabilities. So with the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan update, there are some, here are the results that come from the proposed update. You can see that there is some increased development potential for property owners, specifically to the Robinson-owned property. They do gain an additional 600 housing units and 50% more commercial area with the updated plan. I mentioned earlier that there's more flexibility for the pumpkin patch compared to the current plan. And then it also allows for the mixed-use development in certain areas, primarily on the Robinson-owned property. Again, there's, the current market does look for those types of developments where you can have a mixed-use type of development. This updated plan also considers the sensitive environmental areas and the habitat and the permitting that's consistent with state law. I talked about that earlier with the development in these natural drainage courses. It reduces the infrastructure costs for the city, the property owners, and one important thing is that the updated plan does result in approximately 52% less traffic or less vehicle trips compared to the current plan. And again, keep in mind that this comparison is the 52% reduction is between the build out of the current plan and build out of the proposed plan. So not, we're not comparing that number. That number doesn't compare today's traffic. So the second component of the item before you tonight is the Pacific Oaks Commerce Center project. You've heard a lot about this proposed warehouse project in previous meetings. It includes the 312-acre site, proposes 2 warehouse buildings. The access to this proposed commerce center will be off of Live Oak Canyon Road via a new road that is conditioned to be built and paid for by the developer. There is a future connection to the interchange to the east, the Wildwood interchange that is being proposed for the future. And this project, if approved, it is conditioned to provide, and by that I mean to construct and pay for the infrastructure that serves their facility. And that includes the roads, drainage, water, sewer, electric, and telecommunication. And I'll talk a little more about that here shortly. Here's just some visuals that you've seen before regarding the warehouse project, the vantage point from the Live Oak off-ramp at the freeway, and viewing the project site from the I-10 freeway. As you can see, where the warehouse buildings are proposed, they are not visible from either of those public streets. One question that came before us at the previous hearing was, what about higher elevations? Will you be able to see the warehouse from higher elevations, such as the residents that live along Colorado Street? The warehouse developer has provided these different renderings of what it would look like from that higher elevation. And as you can see on the photo on the bottom, the warehouse project it is visible in between the hills there from that higher vantage point. The architectural review for the warehouse project did go before the Planning Commission and is also here before you tonight. You've seen some of these renderings. Some of these renderings are included in the package. This is one of the rendering that was shared with the City Council in a previous hearing. And again, there's additional renderings in the agenda packet for this item. And just a quick timeline on the supplemental environmental impact report for the updated plan, the freeway corridor specific plan, the update to that, as well as the proposed warehouse project. And again, it's important to consider that the supplemental environmental impact report, it only considers the impacts that are resulting between the changes in the current plan, the current adopted plan, and the proposed plan. So the EIR that was completed for the original plan in 2008 is the basis of this supplemental environmental impact report. And as part of completing the update to the freeway corridor specific plan, one thing that was important is to make sure that the update to the plan is consistent with the city's general plan and also the city's housing element strategies. And so it's important to note that the plan, the updated plan that's before you tonight, is consistent with those 2 documents. And so as I mentioned earlier, the information that I just covered, it has been presented to the city council in the past. I know that I'm trying to make it quick, but there's a lot of information that we have to share, and because this is a public hearing, this information needs to be presented. But so you've seen, the city council and the public has seen this information in the past, and I'm trying to summarize in a few minutes the information that is included in hundreds or maybe thousands of pages of the supplemental EIR and all the appendices, all the studies that have been completed. And these studies, they were completed by professionals who have analyzed all of the impacts that are associated with what's being proposed before you tonight. And today I kind of want to take a little different approach, even though I've been talking for a long time, but I want to take a little different approach to hopefully provide some clarity and answer some questions that property owners and the public has had, or that they have presented over the last few meetings to staff as well as to the city council. And based on the concerns and those questions that have been presented by the public, we put together a list of frequently asked questions, and there were many questions that were asked. Some of them were asked, and because there's so much information, either we as staff didn't have an opportunity to we didn't have all the information in front of us to answer the question in a public hearing setting, but we went back, made a list of all those questions, and I'll go through some of those here real quick. One question, how much general fund money did the city spend to prepare the plan that is currently adopted and in place? How much money was spent back in 2008? I mentioned that earlier, that was approximately $750,000. Again, that was general fund money that was prioritized by the city council in 2005, 2007, 2008. And again, this was used to facilitate development. And again, typically, the cities will not spend general fund money on, or invest general fund money to facilitate development, complete environmental studies for a private development project. Another question, how much money has been spent over the last 3 years to update the 2008 plan? Right now, our current budget includes, identifies approximately $1.5 million to update this plan. One thing that's different between this process and the process from 2005 to 2008 is that in this case, the warehouse developer that is proposing the project before you tonight, they signed an agreement with the city that the city council approved. Well, they will reimburse the city approximately $500,000 of that $1.5 million that is being spent for the EIR and this study. And if this plan is approved, as future projects come forward, they will also be conditioned to enter into an agreement with the city to pay their portion or their share of this $1.5 million. So what's different between now and 2008 is that the general fund is not going to spend as much money for this process as it did back in 2007, 2008. And again, this was based on the direction from City Council at the last meeting to move forward with option 3. I kind of covered this question or this topic earlier, but another question is, does the current 2008 plan require a CUP and environmental review to build a commercial or housing project? I mentioned earlier that the answer is yes. A conditional use permit is required along with an environmental review and permitting, and that, as you know, would be processed through the Planning Commission. Before I go any further, I know there are some, I didn't find the answers to some of these questions in the thousands of pages by myself. I did have Ben Matlock's efforts, so as we go through this, Ben will help me provide answers to some of these questions. Another question that came up, has the city staff met with the major property owners to discuss the update to the plan? The answer is yes. We have had several meetings and discussions with not only the property owners, but the property owners' representatives, and that includes the Robinson family, the Palmers, Pumpkin Patch, Abraham Isa, South Mountain Water Company, and also the Barnett family that owns property on the at the southeast end of the project. Question, is the update to the plan and the proposed warehouse project a new quick fix for the city's financial situation? The answer is no, it is not a quick fix. And as I mentioned earlier, the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan area has always been identified as a future hub for commercial and retail and housing development. So this isn't something that was was meant to be a quick fix. This has been discussed going back to 1992 when the general plan, when the city's general plan was adopted, that identified this area as a commercial and retail and housing hub in the city. Why doesn't the updated plan include a road connection to the new project being proposed in Calamasa? The updated plan, it does keep the same connection to County Line Road as a current adopted 2008 plan. And we've added an exhibit here that shows that connection over on the far right, where the black arrow is. That is where the current 2008 plan and also the proposed updated plan shows a connection to County Line Road. Also included in this exhibit is a project that is being proposed in the city of Calamasa. They've actually, for this project, the city of Calamasa circulated their environmental document. I believe today was the last day of their 45-day public review period. And this exhibit that you see here is directly from that document. And in this, as you can see, the road network in that proposed project, it does not show a connection to the north, to the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan area. So, the city's updated plan doesn't show any additional connections to the south, to Calamasa. Again, primarily because we the city have not been asked by the city of Calamasa, who's processing that project. And as you can see, the map that they are circulating does not show any connection.
Yeah, if I may add, so their project is quite a bit bigger than ours as well in terms of housing, and then a lot more industrial. As part of their traffic analysis, they didn't need a junction point through the city to like Live Oak Canyon or anything like that. And then our specific plan doesn't need that connection point into Calamasa either. So there wasn't necessarily a demand from our plan. And based on the analysis that Calamasa did, there isn't a demand on their plan to connect through to Live Oak Canyon or the future Wildwood based on how the plan was assessed and the environmental review completed today.
Thank you, Ben. Another question, if the updated plan is not approved, how does it affect the city's adopted housing element? For years, the city's housing element has identified housing in this Freeway Corridor Specific Plan area. And since 2008, as you know, that housing has not been developed. It has not come to fruition. So one of the things that will impact the city's housing element is that if the city is not able to show the state that we have made an effort to facilitate housing in this area, and by that I mean there's a plan that has been adopted, that was adopted in 2008 that identifies housing, but nothing has happened, and the city doesn't make any attempts to change the land use to meet the current market. If we can't show that we've made any changes, then that will essentially, the state can come down on the city and essentially force us to relocate the 2,447 units that are currently identified in the plan, to relocate those to other areas of the city. And that is as a result of you can't leave if a plan isn't being developed, the state doesn't want you to leave it the way it is. They want you to make an effort to make changes to facilitate development.
And if I may add, so the term that the state, as part of more recent legislation, is deemed infeasible. So if you've had a housing site and kind of planned for a few housing cycles, nothing happens with it, the state defaults and says, this is not going to happen, so you need to plan elsewhere. The other challenge, though, is that pursuant to state law, we can't downzone the freeway corridor and get rid of the housing units either. So it means that the state won't count credit for the 2,400 units, so we'll have to make it up elsewhere, but we can't get rid of it here. So then we end up with a net increase of housing units planned. And so at some point, this could come to fruition, but now we've double dipped in terms of the total units in order to comply with state law.
Another question that has come up, how much additional annual revenue will the proposed warehouse project bring to the city? This information is included in the staff report, and as you can see, the annual revenue as a result of property taxes and the property tax in lieu vehicle license fee is approximately $789,000. And I think it's important to note that the property tax revenue begins to occur immediately after the buildings are completed and the property is assessed by the county assessor, which can occur before a tenant occupies a building. How much development impact fee revenue will the proposed warehouse project bring to the city? The city council just recently adopted the new development impact fee schedule for the city, and this number that you see on the screen is based on the new methodology. And as you can see on the 4 different components, drainage, traffic, public facilities, and fire, there's a total of almost $14.4 million that will be a one-time revenue to the city as a result of the development impact fee program. Why can't the land uses at the future Wildwood interchange be revised in the updated plan? That's another question that we have received. And as the city council is aware, the Wildwood interchange is in the city's adopted CIP. We are working with SBCTA and Caltrans on the development of that. And as you know, that an interchange project may take years to develop. Right now, we are in year 4 of the process in the environmental documentation phase, and that will conclude at the end of this year, and we'll move into the engineering phase. And then once the engineering phase is completed, Caltrans will begin, with the city's help, the property acquisition to construct the project. And as we've mentioned in the past, that if any changes to the land use within that proposed Wildwood interchange footprint may result in inverse condemnation and legal issues, once it comes time to approach the property owners for the right-of-way or the property that is required for the interchange. And again, on the side-by-side comparison of the current plan and the updated plan, you can see where the black circle is that the land uses are similar. In both, they have not changed. Why is Yucaipa Valley Water District wastewater treatment plant property and excluded from the updated plan? That the property that is owned and operated by the water district is designated for public utilities in the current plan. And since they process their own CEQA environmental review for the development on their properties, for that reason, their property was excluded from the updated plan.
I also want to know, because of their operation is kind of independent from the specific plan, it isn't like it's a critical phasing of the rest of the plan development. So it operates completely independently. And so based upon that, it made more sense to keep them just as a standard review rather than having specific standards that really didn't offer any value to them or the city in the plan.
And another question that we received a lot is, why are there 2 different types of open space or 2 different colors on the map, on the updated plan? And this is important to note. I think the current 2008 plan, it doesn't allow any development in the light green open space area, and again, the reason is because that area was designated as open space and to be undisturbed. This was in 2008, and in the current plan, This updated plan does differentiate between the environmental sensitive open space areas and those natural drainage areas, and the open space that can have limited development. We've mentioned before that in the updated plan, in the light green areas, there is some limited development that can occur, such as grading. Ben can touch on some of the other things that can be done in that area, but it does provide some additional flexibility for the property owners and developers to be able to use some of that light green area to facilitate their development.
And if anything, it reflects kind of the current conditions. So the existing green says kind of no development whatsoever, but there's land in that that's currently used for farming operations or grazing, other stuff where it really is already disturbed. And so we were trying to reconcile that of, okay, sensitive places, that warrant the mitigation and have all these permit and kind of red tape associated with it with other agencies. We're gonna differentiate in the other ones that are already kind of being used. We're gonna make sure that the current plan reflects that flexibility, given that it doesn't make sense to have a plan that's already contrary to what's happening on the ground.
And you can see on the side-by-side comparison map that the updated plan does show a little less combined open space areas in the current adopted plan. And again, that was intended to provide the property owners and developers with more flexibility based on City Council's direction. Okay. Will the updated plan with the proposed warehouse project result in more traffic when compared to the existing plan? I mentioned earlier that the updated plan will result in 52% less traffic at build-out compared to the current adopted plan. And again, this is comparing build-out of the current plan and the updated plan, not based on differentiating between the undeveloped land in the future. And the reason for that is that there was a change of traffic demand for the business park use, the warehouse use, and then also the change of the residential densities for more efficient traffic that resulted in less projected traffic. What will the $38 million that was mentioned by the warehouse developer at a previous meeting pay for? That was a good question that came up. And that the $38 million was mentioned right after the discussion of the water line. And we did clarify with the warehouse developer that the $38 million that they were referring to is their estimated cost for the infrastructure as it relates to water, sewer, electric, telecommunications, the road widening of Live Oak Canyon Road, and also their share of the new bridge of to widen Live Oak Canyon Road over Wildwood Creek. And then it also includes the cost of the new road that will service, the new public road that will service the proposed warehouses. Does the current adopted 2008 plan allow warehouses? I covered this earlier. Yes, in the current plan, the areas in red, the commercial areas, they do allow for warehouse use. Why are mitigation measures for traffic such as road widening, intersection improvements, and new roads deleted from the SCIR review document? This question did come up, and even though if you look at the environmental document, those mitigation measures are crossed out or deleted. The reason for that is because the level of service is no longer reviewed under CEQA, so those mitigation measures are not included in the CEQA document, but they are still conditions of approval for the project to be consistent with the general plan.
And I do want to note as well, just for the traffic analysis, it did model the traffic during the pumpkin patch season as well. So it wasn't just we have less traffic with all this stuff. We also heavy loaded the traffic assumptions to make sure that the roadway improvements that would be conditions of approval rather than mitigation would be upheld as well. So that way it's more efficient for all residents throughout the year.
Why does the updated plan allow developers to extend a CUP up to 12 years to complete a project? currently the city's development code allows 6 years, so it's 3 years and then plus one additional 3-year extension. So the proposed 12 years was meant to provide additional time for these larger multi-phase projects to be completed. Ben can provide some examples of other projects that required more than the 6 years that are currently identified in the development code.
Yeah, so a lot of it is to offer flexibility, especially with large construction projects where you have a lot of moving pieces to it in terms of phasing, the construction, all that related stuff. But a prime example of kind of where having the time limitations can be a difficult thing is, right now we have the Kaiser Permanente that's entitled at the Yucaipa Point project site. Yucaipa Point is reaching its 6 years from the initial entitlement, which means that that entitlement is going to expire, meaning that the approval for Kaiser Permanente is no longer in place. Now, it's not necessarily hard to go through the process and retake it through Plan Commission and all that review, but when you're looking at a tenant that has a site that's almost ready to go versus one that has to go back through the entire process, it moves it down their prioritization level quite a bit. And so we did try to, as part of ordinance number 450, include kind of an administrative step that can help extend it, but that's where sometimes good tenants, you want to be able to have it be as streamlined to move forward. Otherwise, they may look at easier sites and put you on the shelf for later on. And so that's was the philosophy behind the larger timelines within the freeway corridor, given how big of a planned area it is and the retail development potential that could happen there, making sure that it's lined up for any tenants that once they say they're ready to go. As an example, Trader Joe's with Yucaipa Point had a very quick timeline. Being able to be flexible to that makes all the difference on those tenants showing up or not.
Some other concerns that were brought up previously, were related to the air quality and the diesel trucks. And there was a question that was presented, whether there were any AQMD reports and/or requirements for the updated plan. As part of the environmental review, there was a health risk assessments report that prepared for the overall updated plan, as well as specifically for the proposed warehouse project, and the air quality impacts were found to be below the AQMD thresholds. And the warehouse developer is also proposing some additional air quality sustainability components. They're proposing to implement some of those components as far as their approval, and perhaps Ben, you can add some more detail on that.
Yeah, so as part of the health risk assessment, one thing to note as well as we, again, took a more conservative approach. And so AQMD allows you to do shorter trip lengths for smaller trucks. And so when you model it, you're imagining kind of mid-size trucks, not the semi-trucks, delivering goods and everything like that, and their radius is pretty small. We took the more conservative approach and applied the longer one as if it was like a long-haul kind of semi-truck. That way, the air quality emissions were essentially more heavily loaded in terms of the analysis to make sure we were more conservative. And so even with that, the health risk assessment was below the thresholds under AQMD.
Okay, back to the questions related to the open space. The next question, if the plan is approved, will a property owner be able to develop within the proposed dark green open space conservation area in the future? I touched on this a little earlier. The answer is yes. The property owner will be able to use the information that was prepared for this environmental review, for the environmental review for the update. They will be able to use that information to complete the environmental review and permitting for the development that they wish to do within those open space conservation or dark green areas. And they would be able to do it, and it would be at their expense. They would have to process amendment to the plan through the city, but this plan does allow for that flexibility to be able to use the environmental review that has done, just so they can tailor tailor everything for what they would like to do as far as development on their property. If the updated plan is approved, is it set in stone? Is it permanent? This is another question that we have received. Do the property owners have the option to revise the land use on their property in the future? The answer to that is similar to the previous question. If the updated plan is approved, the property owners will have the option to process an application with the city to revise the change in land use on their property. Again, it'll be at their expense. And this may include additional environmental review and permitting. And here, it's important to note that if this plan is approved and a developer, a property owner is wishing to develop the property and they're not going to develop, they're not proposing development within the dark green open space conservation areas, they do not need to complete any additional review or permitting, environmental permitting. They would have to get the building permits, but not as far as environmental review and permitting, they would not be required to do that. Last question, why are we in a hurry to amend the plan, and do we have time to wait and continue to work on the updated plan? If we don't consider an update to the plan now, obviously we've talked about the housing element risks already. Some property owners will remain in limbo. The Palmers with the warehouse project, the pumpkin patch, the water district. I mentioned earlier that the pumpkin patch, they will benefit from the update because a lot of the uses that they are currently wishing to or hoping to do, that they do have a conditional use permit, but some of the uses that they are currently doing, they would be able to do them with the plan without any further. They would be able to do them with the updated plan without any further review. So the update to the plan does benefit the pumpkin patch. I mentioned the water district. Right now, their property is included in the adopted plan, and removing them or making their property not a part, it would make it a little easier for them to do what they need to do to expand their operation and their facility on their end. There is also a potential loss of interest for projects since there are some projects that are being considered based on the approval of the updated plan. And again, if any major changes or recirculation of the EIR would cause some additional expenses to the city's general fund. And as you can see, the general fund has spent a lot of money on this process so far.
Yeah, and I think in terms of potential loss of interest, we have to recognize that our trade area, so the people that shop in Yucaipa and the other areas where retailer trades want to go, they don't look at just city borders and everything like that. They're looking at the region. And so there's only so many rooftops for those developers to come in. And so when you have opportunities in Cal Mesa or Beaumont, whichever one is kind of the easiest to move forward with is the one that they're going to be kind of looking at. And so it's making sure that we're, again, flexible for those components as they come to maturity.
And the last bullet point there, just to touch on the housing element risks, if the update to the plan is not approved, and as I mentioned earlier, the current housing element identifies the units in this area. If we don't move forward and update the plan, then that can obviously, it'll show the state that we are not doing anything to help the residential development in that area. And as I mentioned earlier, though, the 2,447 units that are currently identified in that area would have to be relocated to other areas of the city. But, and the reason is because our housing element still shows that we are making plans to build those 2,447 units. So that's having to relocate all those units to other areas of the city. We've all seen a map of the city of Yucaipa, so anywhere within that boundary is where those units would have to be placed. So with that concludes the report. The recommendation before you tonight is that City Council conduct a public hearing regarding the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan and the revised final supplemental environmental impact report, as well as case number 21-196 for the Pacific Oaks Commerce Center. And based on the direction provided in prior City Council meeting discussions, consider recommendations 1 through 5 as listed in the agenda report. That concludes the report. And staff is available for questions.
Thank you, sir. I think before we get to questions and comments, do we have a presentation by an applicant or anything? That would
Yes, we do.
That would be next on the order. We'll move to that.
I think I know how to work this. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good evening, council, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and Councilman Beaver, wherever you may be over the airwaves. I appreciate, it was a great presentation with a lot of information for you guys to digest. Of course, I wanted to come up and present our project specifically. Some of it was already addressed in there, but it'll give us a chance to go through it. I'll try and be fast so that I don't waste your time. Nope. Oh, that was one off. Oh, that's four. Ah, all right. My name is Dan Floriani. I'm the co-founder of Pacific Industrial. As you guys know, and most of the staff here knows, we've been working on this project for 4 years plus at this point. We, early on the stages, actually came and spent the time to meet with many stakeholders within the city of Yucaipa. You have a list here about obviously city council, city manager, utility providers in the area, the planning commissioners, the city staff. And more importantly, I would say even in some context, met with the property owners, environmental groups, and Caltrans, in order to make sure we're making informed decisions before we even put lines on a paper to propose anything. As a result of that, there were very obvious themes that came over the course of that, which is that Yucaipa really cherishes its rural vibe and atmosphere that you guys have here, that there was an emphasis, if we were to do a development here, that we needed to protect the specific corridors and ridgeways, and we understood that. And obviously there was a goal as the city in order to provide more jobs and benefits and revenue opportunities for the city. So with that information, we actually spent over a year designing a project within the context of what is a 300 plus acre property in order to do something that was unique in the context of what our expertise is. So we designed a project, and if you're not in our space, this might be too nuanced, but we designed a project that is really green leaning. It's actually very unique in the context of most developments in Southern California for what we specialize in. We focused on modern architecture, EV charging stations, solar-ready roofs. The circulation on these properties is actually the least understood in our industry and actually has caused a lot of consternation throughout many communities which have many of these facilities jammed next to each other. And I understand that. We are trying to take the exact opposite approach and design something that allows for circulation and traffic, which pulls trucks and cars, candidly, way off the freeway and way away from residential areas in order to allow free circulation. The biggest problem with these projects is trucks get queued up in same streets, and there's too many of them in one concentrated area. And this is, I think, an attempt to set a new example of how you could do it in a more responsible way, but still accomplish the goals. And I can tell you from users out there in the market, this would be very attractive because this doesn't exist with this many amenities. So anyway, we spent a lot of time and energy focusing on that. We obviously spent time that the staff has already shown you some of our elevations, trying to design something that actually mimics a bit of a rural feel. And so some of the questions we often have received over the past 4+ years that we're working on this is like, why are you doing this? What kind of tenants are going to come in here? Because most people only focus on one tenant and it has giant A in front of it. And I'm like, that is not what our goal is. And that is actually very misunderstood concept on how many great companies are out there that need spaces like this to occupy. So I put some examples up here, but I mean, people don't know that Hewlett-Packard has 1.5 million square feet down the street who would otherwise love a project like this. And you have LG Electronics, Restoration Hardware, Black & Decker, to name just a handful here to give people some context who aren't, again, nerding out in this field like I do on a daily basis. So I think one of the cooler things we did on this project is actually look at the entirety of the space, take in the input from the city staff and all the stakeholders that we had met with, and try and come up with something that's a little unique. In this context, you can see where we're proposing the industrial, but in a 300-acre setting, one of the things we're doing that I think is really important for the public to know is we are actually we're preserving 95 acres of permanent open space, which falls right in line with some of the goals of the city staff. But I actually think one of the most important parts of that is we open up this project to actually have the public be able to access it by having a multi-use trail which will come through the facility. It's a bigger site than you think. I can tell you the vast majority of the public have not ever been on this site because there are gates everywhere. We will take down all those gates, and we've designed a pathway through the project that does not interact with the proposed buildings that we are planning to design. And so it truly does have a corridor that will allow public to be able to walk or hike from the Live Oak side all the way through really scenic corridor down to what would actually eventually be met up with an additional trail on the other side. So addressing some concerns about the community, I say this, like the number one narrative we've heard here, and I've heard every time I've met with any of the residents and stakeholders in this area, is the traffic on Live Oak. And the traffic on Live Oak, the traffic on Live Oak. We get it. What we looked at and analyzed and did so hand in hand with the staff is trying to understand when the traffic's the absolute worst, which I think we all know the pumpkin patch is clearly during the holiday times. And so we specifically worked with everyone to make sure we're taking counts when the roads there are at their worst, and understand what that challenge is so that we can try and solve it. People just think we're trying to do a project over here and not considering this. We take the exact opposite approach. There's no way we want to spend this much time and energy and go through and build a project that is congested in an area that doesn't allow through traffic in it at all. It's the exact opposite of what our goals are, and I don't think that would be a successful project, and it would certainly exacerbate the concerns of the residents in the area, and I fully understand that. So what we decided to do is look at it at its worst and figure out how we could solve it. And so when you stare at these traffic studies, they admittedly can get very complicated. And so I just mentally break this down in a very simple way. There's one lane in each direction currently as it stands there on Live Oak. What we're doing, proposing to do if the project is approved, is expand that, which essentially adds a lane on each side to Live Oak. It doubles the capacity of the traffic there. Our project adds 10% to the total traffic amount. And so I know not everyone understands how those things work, but I think if you just kind of distill it down into those simple factors, it's much easier to digest, and also understanding that this is something we care about. It can't not work for our project to be successful. And again, I do think that kind of sets a new bar for how most people look at these. The staff already addressed a lot of the infrastructure work, so I don't want to take too much of your time. I promise you I'm not going anywhere, so if you have tons of questions afterwards, I'm available to answer any of them. But yes, for anyone who wasn't listening, we are spending a significant amount of infrastructure work in this area, and it was a lot of time and effort and coordination even to get to this point to understand how to do this. I think the most important part is to understand we are dragging, obviously, a water line a very long distance down here. Now, that in itself does feed our project, but what we've done is sized it with the Yucaipa Valley Water District in order to allow future development in the area. And I think that is maybe the most important part of that work, because it does allow future expansion and development for alternate uses up and down this area, which I think is critical and important for the long-term health of the city on a financial basis. And of course, we're contributing about $500,000 for a new fire truck, as well as doing everything else here. But I think it's also important to know we are doing so without a single taxpayer dollar. This is completely funded alone from the project. We're not asking for bonds or something that's kind of some weird way of trying to get recouped on that. Is truly our cost to do that. You guys already touched on a lot of this, so really quickly, obviously there's some recurring revenues that happen here. These numbers that are on this screen, which I won't replicate their work, but it was not done by us. So this is done by a completely independent group hired actually by the city to understand what the economic impacts could potentially be on the city. Certainly on a one-time basis with $15 million fees that go to the city is not insignificant, but there are recurring revenues that are generated for the city that I think are important to understand. Obviously, that also comes with a lot of job opportunities. So there's tons of jobs that happen, of course, in the construction of this project. But more importantly, I think for longevity, again, is understanding the permanent jobs that are going to be available to residents of this area. Because one thing we did notice really early on when we were analyzing the site and what the opportunities are is understanding Yucaipa's jobs to housing ratio, which if you study these things, which maybe not everyone does, but it's very low here in Yucaipa. And what that tells you is a huge amount of people who live in this great city actually have to leave the city in order to provide for their family. There's a million different ways to try and solve that, but this is actually a big step towards that. I would say, just to echo some previous comments, but people tend to not understand actually the type of jobs that are available in a project like this. And so you really have a tiered level of amount of jobs that can happen here, from security all the way up to drivers to logistics managers who have master's degrees in understanding how this works. It is truly a wide spectrum of jobs that are offered. And in these size buildings, you tend to attract Fortune 500 companies who have very robust programs on hiring local. In fact, one of the only reasons they would want to come is making sure that there's opportunity to provide jobs from people who are in the area. So some of the misconceptions on the project or questions we get asked is, can Calamasa traffic go through our project? No. The short answer is no. We have emergency vehicle access only. It's going to be a gated area, and so they won't be able to just have anyone come through there. Are we going to build these buildings that are going to sit vacant? Again, we wouldn't go through all this effort, time, and energy if we thought we were going to build a project that was not going to be attractive to companies that are looking for a project like this. So we can go into those details, but I think you would understand the alignment of interest there and me not wanting to go through this effort and have buildings that aren't doing what we think they're going to do. So we are very confident in it. Can the buildings be open before the infrastructure is complete? That was always a comment. It's like, we're somehow going to build these buildings and never come in and widen Live Oak. It's quite the opposite. The staff has conditioned our project to have those street and all those infrastructure improvements 100% done before we're allowed to have anyone occupy any of these buildings. And it's a very important part. I understand it, but there's no way around that. So how are traffic and air quality impacts addressed? Obviously, we've gone through a lot of effort. If anyone's ever been through an EIR or read one, we get scrutinized very heavily throughout the entire process. It's absolutely out of our control. We don't have input on what happens with that. We have to respond to what the readouts are and address them, and we have done so in many different areas in the project. And then does a no vote for the freeway corridor specific plan prevent development? It doesn't. The staff did a great job on educating everyone on that, but there's already plans in place. So it's a different version that I think actually represents a little better balance for what the city is trying to achieve. And so with that, hopefully I didn't take too much time. Again, I'm around to answer any questions, but in the essence of time, and actually further transparency for anyone who's watching on live stream or here in person today, what we asked is to get a peer review of the work that was done here. Right? Every one of us in this room have been staring at this project for a really long time. You have PlaceWorks, who helped manage the entire EIR. You have city staff who's been working with us. We've stared at it for a very, very long time. We asked EPD, who's a very well-known entitlement expert, company here in Southern California who's done tons of these outside of this. We asked them to come in with no vested side on what's happening here to review the work. So I wanted to introduce Megan Truman to come up there, just provide a little bit of context for you guys. So thank you again for the time. I'm gonna hand this over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Megan Truman with EPD Solutions. We were retained to peer review the draft environmental impact report as well as final environmental impact report prepared by the city's consultant. There are just a couple of items we wanted to highlight regarding the CEQA analysis that was prepared for this project. So there were quite a few conservative assumptions that were discussed earlier today and then within the EIR. Just to reiterate what city staff discussed earlier, as well as the project applicant, traffic counts were taken during peak season, during the pumpkin patch season, to ensure that the analysis reflects worst case scenario rather than a typical daily average use. So we really analyzed peak conditions here to provide for additional improvements to really ensure that there's better flow within this area once the project is developed. In addition, a very stringent health risk assessment was prepared. While the city was not required to do so, the EIR utilized a conservative threshold for the health risk assessment and still found that impacts would be less than significant with implementation of mitigation. This ensures a very conservative analysis of potential health risk impacts, which is not necessarily required by CEQA. In addition, the trailer parking lot parcel was analyzed as a standalone use, independent of the proposed buildings, which resulted in increased trips that were analyzed, which also then provides a conservative approach to traffic analysis, air quality analysis, and noise analysis. And then in addition, by applying all of these conservative assumptions, the city's analysis really goes above and beyond to ensure transparency of potential worst case scenarios. In addition, I wanted to highlight some of the sustainability measures, the mitigation measures that were adopted as part of this EIR and are included in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project, as well as build out of the FCSP. These measures go above and beyond the typical mitigation measures that we see within environmental impact reports for these types of projects. There was cleaner construction equipment required. By requiring Tier 4 construction equipment, this will minimize emissions during construction significantly. In addition, the project is required to install EV parking spaces above and beyond Cal Green requirements, so they're actually installing Tier 2 requirements. And the project will be required to utilize zero emission off-road equipment, so forklifts, yard trucks, yard goats for daily business operations within the industrial portions. In addition, buildings will be constructed and designed to be all electric, not requiring any natural gas consumption. So electricity will be used for water heating, any mechanical system, and HVAC. Further, the EIR requires the restriction of non-essential diesel truck idling to a maximum of 2 minutes when state and local requirements allow for 5 minutes. So it reduces the idling that could occur with trucks. In addition, the EIR requires a mitigation to provide on-site electric truck charging stations sufficient to serve any domiciled electric trucks. So when electric trucks are utilized by any operator on the project site, there's also a requirement for that truck charging infrastructure. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that brings us to public comment.
We will start with David Palmer, followed by Linda Witham.
And just as a reminder, folks, if you could kindly state your name and address and adhere to the 3-minute time frame. If someone has spoken an opinion that's aligned with yours, if you can keep it brief so that we can get through all the comments tonight, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing me to share a few thoughts. I am representing the Palmer family who owns the property that the Pacific Oaks project is on. And we've been at that property for a long time. My grandfather and father bought that in the early 1950s. There was an article in the News Bear stating that the Chapman family and the Palmer family of Orange County and LA developers going to come in and develop. It's taken a long time. We've been here and been working diligently at this, and we appreciate 4 decades of effort with the city and staff and all the effort to help make something happen on these properties. We know it's a hard thing to do, and we appreciate that. I started early with my father in the early years with the city incorporation and helped persuade the county to include these properties in the city and the frontage road to help increase revenue. And that took some effort, and I've been on many committees through decades with the city, from the redevelopment agency, which is now not existing, to economic advisory, county flood control. We've worked extensively. One of the most significant problems we've had in trying numerous times with this property through residential developers, 6 through 3 different retail commercial developers, we always run in to the challenge of the infrastructure. It far exceeds the potential of the properties, even to the point of making the land valueless. And this project, the Pacific Oaks project, is the one project that is truly going to make an inroad on that development infrastructure issue, not only to serve its project, but to open it up. In the early 90s, my father and brother Greg, who was lead and grew that pumpkin patch, we tried extensively to formulate a plan for an environmental or agriculture and entertainment facility on where the pumpkin patch is, and couldn't overcome the infrastructure. This project opens that up for the new owners of that with water, sewer, and many infrastructure things. We thank you for the huge effort you do. I know it's hard and there's a lot of complex issues, and we appreciate your time, and we appreciate the staff for decades of work and on this project for many years. And we think this is good for the area. It is, the whole plan opens up an opportunity for something to happen there, which will be good. Thank you.
Linda Witham, followed by Tim Watson.
Good evening. I had actually planned on this to be in public comment, but I filled out my speaker's, I understand, so bear with me. Linda Witham, District 1. Several meetings ago, legacies were mentioned. I was curious to what this council's legacy would be, so I've listed a few items to consider. First, you fired a long-time, well-loved, competent city manager installed without proper vetting, an inexperienced city manager whose main credentials appeared to be his close ties with developers. because he was a friend. He proceeded to award large employee raises and add staff to hide his incompetence. You filed a lawsuit against your own citizens? Really? With taxpayer dollars. Against major opposition, you passed Serrano Estates, the wine country, and now you're looking at warehouses. A 22% tax rate raise was imposed on citizens, followed by a 1% tax increase because you said the city is broke. Then another employee raise was given. You removed many services and events that we, the citizens, relied on and loved. While all this was occurring, we, the citizens, were maligned, threatened with jail, called domestic terrorists, thrown out of council meetings, and personally named in council meetings as well as the press. If you didn't participate in this, you didn't object. I could continue, but you also took 2 minutes of our public speaking time away. You'll be remembered mostly for destroying the peace of our beautiful, unique city, for destroying friendships, dividing the city into hateful factions, for taking away the reason we all moved here. You know, I wouldn't want this legacy. Thank you.
Tim Watson, followed by Abraham Issa.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'd like to speak to you from two perspectives, as a homeowner on a wildland edge and as a pediatrician caring for 550 Yucaipa children and 1,500 children in the surrounding areas. First, as a homeowner in the Oakmont area across the street from the Hernkt Aki Preserve, I know exactly what happens when you build in fire zones. My homeowner's insurance has been canceled 4 times, not because of anything I did, but simply because I live near wildland. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars fire hardening my home to keep coverage, replacing fire-resistant roof vents with even more fire-resistant roof vent versions. I have closed eaves, hardy board on the outside and no exterior wood, fire sprinklers, concrete tiles, and I've had to add additional rock perimeters, fireproof retractable shades on my patios, and even blast shields on my windows, all to have my rates tripled. Without fire insurance, you can't get home insurance, and the Cal Unfair plan won't even cover home replacement. So this is just to keep a policy. Now imagine telling a new Yucaipa family that they bought their dream home only to learn it's in a very high fire hazard severity zone, where they can't get insurance without paying the extortion rates of the Cal Unfair program. It's not really a dream for them, it's a trap, and I think it's cruel. Building homes here is going to cause this problem to Yucaipa residents. Now, changing track. As a physician, I'm very concerned on the behalf of my patients of the fire and traffic danger in this area. So if you've been to the pumpkin patch on Live Oak Canyon and you know the gridlock, I drive this every day. And I really don't believe that this was properly analyzed. But if you really look at it, Live Oak Canyon dumps onto San Timoteo Canyon, which is 2 lanes. And then that's Redlands Boulevard, which is 2 lanes. That's how you get out to the 60 in Moreno Valley. And I've had 2 friends die on that road, Dr. Assad and Wesley Hunter. And what happened? A slow truck, exasperated drivers trying to pass the slow truck, and then the accident. I've had another doctor friend who was nearly killed on the same road. This is what happens when you bring 1,600 extra trucks into the area, and that's conservative. That's the assumption with 1 million square feet of warehouse space. But we're bringing 2 million, I believe, in this area. And I'm concerned about the fire egress risk. So what really happens when you have that kind of gridlock, in the event of a wildfire, there's a bottleneck and people can't get out. So for those individuals on city council who have firefighting backgrounds, I train paramedics for Ben Clark Training Center, and I respect what you do, but I'm baffled at any willingness to improve of anything with the fire egress risk like this. You know how burnovers happen, and I'd hate to have that happen with Yucaipa and turn it into another Paradise, California. Thank you for your time.
Abraham Issa, followed by Dr. Hanson Wong.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Abraham Issa. I reside at 32017 Live Oak Canyon Road as part of the project that's being considered in the ordinance. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to urge you to vote yes to this ordinance and not kick the can down the road anymore. This has been a really long-term project that's been thought through with a lot of great brains, a lot of great minds, a lot of hard effort on the staff. And like yourselves have looked at this project over and over and sent it back for reconsideration and answers for questions that weren't answered. The bottom line is you hold the key tonight to open up an amazing opportunity for all the citizens of Yucaipa, not just the property owners here. You're opening up a hurdle that was stuck for years, as you heard from previous property owners. The development is almost impossible. And the city's facing, let's face it, it's a budget issue that we're having. There's only two ways to solve a budget issue, right? You gotta either cut expenses or raise revenue. Cutting expenses, we've already tried that. And I think we've already heard complaints that there's not enough police officers, not enough firefighters. I don't think the city can operate any more efficient than it is. So we gotta look at the other side of the ledger, and that is raising revenue. Well, you could raise taxes, we did that, right, 1%. What did it get us? Out of fairness, it was known to be a Band-Aid to get us to where we are today. So here we are today with the same problem. We're still gonna face a budget issue. And the city will continue to face that budget because originally it was designed with commercial and industrial revenue to operate the entire city efficiently with a quality of life that residents really deserve. So it hasn't happened because of the infrastructure. So tonight is the right time. This ordinance is the right ordinance. And the biggest part of this is they have the best partner you can possibly have. It's the partner that's coming up with their own money to listen to the local residents, to listen to you, listen to the staff, to try to create a project that makes sense for everybody, way beyond the call of what other developers would do. I mean, who would move mountains to hide their buildings? I've never heard of any developer who's gonna do that. That expense to do that generates zero revenue for them. They're doing that out of just respect to the residents and respect to the environment that we have. You have the best partner, you have the right ordinance, and you have the right time. I urge you to please vote yes to this. Thank you.
Hanson Wong, followed by Louis Lopez.
Good evening, City Council, Hanson Wong, Yucaipa. So there's a couple of things I have concern about. One is the fact that you're combining two things that have different issues in some sense. You're combining the rezoning in option 3 with the property that the Palmers own and the warehouse. And Pacific Oaks has done a lot to mitigate some of the concerns of the citizens as well as the comments from other people. But the rezoning includes a lot of other areas of warehouses that aren't hidden, that have no assurances of clean air, and it just added to it so by having the two together, you're using Pacific Oaks as an example and saying all the rest will be just fine as well. The other concern I have is the way that people look at things. Okay, if we meet the minimum requirements, it should be fine. But the lower freeway or the freeway corridor area is one of the worst air quality anywhere. Now, we're permitted under the state or air quality people to increase it by some amount, And the city planners have looked at it, and it's less than that amount. But if you have the worst areas and you're adding to that, that doesn't speak well for the low-income areas, senior areas, whatever other people that are going to live in this area that might have lung problems. Looking at the funding, you know, I realize that this particular project by Pacific Oaks is bringing impact fees and additional funding to help the infrastructure. And that will push along the other things that are happening. But it's not just a low amount that's being given, and so that must influence the vote somehow in order to have the additional funds in order for it to function. I don't see in the environmental review a real robust answer to the wildlife corridor going along that area. The last thing in my last 30 seconds is the fact that there used to be public land for parks and public lands for a school. And I realize there's openings in the school above, but when you don't have a school and you don't have parks, people are going to have to drive up the city. You're going to increase the traffic, and you're going to create problems. And in addition, there are no school buses, so they have to drive up, and that will inconvenience the families. So I hope you think about how you can manage these other problems. Thank you.
Louis Lopez, followed by Zach Strasters.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, staff, and community. My name's Louis Lopez. I'm here tonight representing the Ironworkers 433, and also want to publicly thank the applicant for the early stages of an agreement with the Ironworkers so that we can participate in delivering the city a skilled and trained with local hire ordinances on that to the city. Trained and skilled, the Ironworkers are an accredited apprenticeship program through the state of California. And the way I like to give an example is that if anybody in here sends their kids, or if anybody in here went to college and received a minimum 4-year degree in whatever trade or field that they go into, after completing school with that degree, I would imagine that you should be rewarded with a higher paying wage and hopefully some benefits. That's the way the Ironworkers work. We put our apprentices through a 4-year apprenticeship program. Again, that's accredited through the state of California, which signifies that they not only graduate as a journeyman, but they have a trained and skilled title along with that. So when the applicant engages with the local unions to perform in order to deliver the city a well-built project, because I know in some places here in California, if there was an earthquake, I know many of us don't think about it, but we hope that that structure that we're sitting in or under withstands the forces of, an earthquake. So having a project that's well built with trained and skilled workmanship is very important. Like any of you that would buy a house, you would expect that that house can last and provide for your family. Another aspect I want to highlight is that I'm a Marine Corps veteran with 2 tours, and it's partnerships that we have through Helmets to Hard Hats that actually helps us get those men and women coming back from serving our country a direct entry with the apprenticeship program, just like I did. And we find a lot of success in that because with the military experience, most of our military folks that come in immediately with their military discipline and leadership skills rise to the top. And so it gives me, just in the last 4 weeks, I've brought in 3 veterans that landed locally to our area, and I'm very I don't want to say proud, privileged to be able to do that and see families grow and strive. Thank you, and we are in support and ask for your support with this project. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Zach Strasters, Care, California.
I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Obviously, I've only got 3 minutes of it anyways, but I just want to point out a few things that really separate this project from a lot of others with regards to scope. And first of all, I want to talk about infrastructure. So Care California is a company that really takes a look at the potential impact of a project in a community. And not just with regards to opportunities like Louis Lopez, what the iron workers talked about previously, but by and large, what potential does a project suggest for transformation in a community? Or in other words, if we're going to support it, how real are the potential benefits? And one of the first areas I look at personally is infrastructure. And this project is absolutely, as the suit suggests, I'm not a farmer at a pumpkin patch. I look a lot at projects, right? So I'm telling you that this project with regards to infrastructure is incredible. This is without question infrastructure that wouldn't get built without this project. I was moved by the testimony of the gentleman from the Palmer family. And he's not saying that just to support the developer, to win over people, or to try to encourage people's opinion to sway. I'm sure local residents, as they always do, will have certain concerns, and those concerns are valid. But this is, by and large, personal testimony, one of the best infrastructure packages I've ever seen for a project of this architectural style. It is easy to say that without this project, this area probably wouldn't get developed in terms of infrastructure, maybe for decades, if at all, based on what I hear local residents saying. Second of all is jobs. When we look at potential impact, we're not just talking about immediate with regards to construction or even long-term with regards to permanent jobs and the strata of permanent jobs that are offered, but with regards to regional and generational impact. So once again, whenever you bring in a certain architectural style, it brings in a certain tier of tenant. Those tenants provide opportunities that have the potential to impact a region. And these opportunities, based on what I see and understand and based on what CARE evaluates in this project, are not immediately or readily available. So whenever tenants come in and look at an opportunity and an offering like that, and the quality of the architecture and the style of the design, not to mention all of the environmental and all of the perk add-ons that go on with this particular project because of the due diligence of the developer, you're talking about a huge win, not a big win, a massive win. Again, pointing out that I've seen a lot of projects get offered that try to meet lead this or lead that. These guys have done their homework. These guys have really swung for the fence. It's evident that they knew that there was a certain amount, to be honest, of opposition maybe they thought they were going to felt, because there are a lot of people that don't want anything built no matter what it is, no matter what the potential benefit is. These guys did their homework. They made sure that they were not standing on things that were puffed up to try to make their offering look good. These guys stood on a well-built project. For these three reasons, CARE California asks that you support this project with the yes vote tonight. Thank you and God bless you.
Nicole Padron, followed by Rain Mendoza.
Good evening. Again, my name is Nicole Padron. I live on Brushy Hollow Drive in the city of Yucaipa. Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Freeway Corridor Specific Plan Update and Pacific Oaks Commerce Center. My husband and I purchased our home in Yucaipa 6 years ago, and in the last 4 years, we've had 3 boys who love playing outside. We moved to Yucaipa from Riverside, and the safe and rural nature of the city is what drew us in. We have serious concerns with the revised final supplemental EIR and the extreme change of proposed land uses from low-density residential with open space and a freeway commercial shopping center to mega warehouses with residential areas right next door to warehouses and limited open space. Open space that is not going to be untouched, that it can apparently be graded to allow the developers to maximize their projects. According to the EIR, the proposed project continues to result in significant environmental impacts for air quality, greenhouse gases, and noise, and this is unacceptable. Per Cal EnviroScreen 4.0, the community surrounding the freeway corridor specific plan, including the community that I live in, which is less than a mile from the proposed business park areas, is already heavily burdened by air pollution. The census tract that I live in, for example, ranks worse than 100% of the rest of the state in ozone, worse than 50% of the rest of the state for particulate matter 2.5, 82% worse for diesel particulate matter, and 67% worse for traffic. This is concerning to me as a mother and as a resident of this community, that according to the general plan, values the health, safety, and well-being of its residents and small-town rural character and open space and quality jobs. The proposed freeway corridor specific plan update and Pacific Oaks Commerce Center fails on all of these values. Please don't sacrifice the beauty and character of the city and health of its residents for these mega warehouses. We can find a better way for our future generations, and please think of our children. Thank you for your leadership and consideration.
Rain Mendoza, followed by Rob Ramos.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rain Mendoza. I am from District 4 in Yucaipa. So this has been an issue for a while, and I've been following it as much as I can. And I have been, I think there are pros and cons, and I have hopes and doubts for this sort of project. So I think the pros of what I know about this is I really like the idea of these buildings being clean energy and the energy being used responsibly. I like the idea of more jobs and decent jobs. I think we do need more housing in Yucaipa. My cons for this, my doubts for this project is that the safety and fire risk hazards. Also, we need to consider future environmental hazards such as flooding and heat waves and earthquakes and who knows what else. I also do not like that this would be encouraging further consumerism. I think we do need more services and we do need jobs here, but I don't like these big brand corporations coming into Yucaipa. So I do like the clean energy. I think there's a lot of forethought and attention and care put into how we can make this the most environmentally friendly, but by nature of it being a corporate project, we don't think about the global shipping and the transportation, the particulate matter, and I think that's something we should look at more, value more closely. So my doubts are the environmental impact being a net positive and how soon it would be a net positive, if at all. Public health is related to this. How close are the residential areas to this, especially kids in their schools, in their homes? We have in San Bernardino County, Riverside County, we are the top worst counties in the entire nation for air pollution, for asthma rates, for lung cancers, all that related bad stuff. Okay, well, lastly, I would like to have a great job here in Yucaipa, but are we just going to have more commuters or actual residents working in Yucaipa as well as living here? My hopes is that this would be a great example to future projects in clean energy, sustainability, development, but it is also essentially just corporate. So I will leave the decision to you and to the people who have the expertise and the attention, but these are my thoughts. Thank you.
Rob Ramos, followed by Kevin Miskin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Robert Ramos, representing the Ironworkers of Local 416, over 2,300 members, many of them that live here in Yucaipa. I would like to start off with saying this job has innovation and opportunity. Innovation, they're looking ahead. They're looking vehicle charging stations, solar, big rig charging stations, where when they start rolling out more on the assembly line. 95 acres of green acres, right? That's not going to be touched. Separate away from the industrial warehousing or commercial use, right? The opportunity is that this developer, like my brother Louis Lopez said, came to an agreement with the ironworkers. We're gonna be able to get local hire coming out of Yucaipa. Earn the money where you're gonna spend it, and that's here in the city of Yucaipa, right? For your apprenticeship program, we get to use some of our young brothers coming up, showing them the crafts, building them, showing them how to build quality craftsmanship in every building that's gonna go up here in Yucaipa, right? That's the opportunity that you guys are gonna prevent. Opportunity also is you're gonna have those jobs that they're gonna be careers, long-term careers for the residents here. So overall, this project's a win. It's a win for the whole city of Yucaipa. It's innovation, you're looking towards the future, and you're acting on the green energy. So I'm here tonight asking for your yes vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Kevin Miskin, followed by Joanne Lessard.
Honorable City Council, Kevin Miskin, District 1. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate the efforts that have been made by the Palmer family and also by Pacific Oaks to create a project that, one, is not very popular, but they've done the very best I think that they can to try and make it as palpable as possible. We've heard some of the concerns that have been expressed this evening. I'd like to just address one issue that's missing from the plan. In particular, the business park. You know, in this last go-around, we went from, well, in the 2008 plan, we went from 549 acres of open space. Then in the 2024 plan, we went to 498, and in this current plan, it's been reduced again to 403 acres of open space, which is a decrease of about 27%. But what I really wanted to address here was the lack of public facilities. In the original plan, there were 45 acres that were set aside for public facilities. I have a real concern, and it goes to Council Member Judy Woolsey's comment earlier this evening, in that if you think of the youth and the approximately 7,000 residents that will be living south of the freeway, all of those children to go to school will be riding their bikes, their e-bikes, or apparently now they're also riding many bikes also, but they're going to be going over the freeway where all this traffic is going to be coming in, particularly these diesel trucks. But to get to the parks or any of the schools, they've got to cross the freeway. When they're going to be coming home in the evenings, they've got to go back over the freeways at the same time. In the early afternoon, when the traffic is going to be greatest, at least with the diesel trucks, in the early afternoon. I'd like the council to reconsider the need for public facilities. I think we need to put parks south of the freeway in order to address and keep the kids out of the traffic, crossing the freeways back and forth, and to make sure that we have public facilities for those kids on the south side of the freeway. Thank you.
Joanne Lessard.
Honorable council members, I live in Redlands and I'm here because Redlands is much more impacted by this development, by this plan, than is Yucaipa. There are very few people here this evening, but when the problems that have been forecast actually happen with traffic congestion, fire problems, the natural waterways, and the air pollution, when they actually happen, which they will do, this council is not going to look quite so good. And many people will be unhappy and remember this decision tonight. My other question is whether or not any alternatives have been considered that benefit the landowners and benefit the city of Yucaipa. It might be good to have a town hall meeting and people from economic development agencies or business enterprises, just to look if there are any alternatives that would be more satisfactory both to the landowners and to the finances of the city of Yucaipa. So I encourage you to consider these things. Thank you.
We have no more comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Does the applicant want to rebuttal to any of the statements that were made by the public?
Sorry, I should have sat closer. We really appreciate everyone's comments, even for or against it. I think that's what this forum's all about. We respect it. I'm happy to respond to anything you guys wanted to, but I don't want to take up more of your time. So I just wanted you to know I'm available, and I appreciate how difficult these decisions are. And so if there's anything else I can answer, please don't hesitate to ask me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
To our city staff, do we have anybody on our environmental team that wants to respond to any of the public comments?
Yeah, we have Nicole Vermillion with Placeworks that can help kind of address anything. I did want to also add, just in response to one of the public comments about lack of public facilities or parks. In the specific plan, it does include standards for allowing public facilities, so it is something that is allowed in all the districts. And then there's also residential standards that require parks. And so per, so many houses or what types of developments, those are required to provide parks to. So it's not absent, it just doesn't have a kind of more regional city kind of owned facility, but there's opportunities throughout the plan area to provide those. And it is a requirement for the developer to pay for that as they build housing.
Good evening, councilors. My name's Nicole Vermillion. I'm with Placeworks, and I prepared the environmental impact report that's up for review tonight. And I heard a lot of comments about air quality and trucks and health risks, so I wanted to respond to those comments first. The proposed project would generate a total of 2,165 truck trips. That's about 1,083 trucks per day. So when we analyze the impacts of that, we analyzed it from baseline conditions, so existing conditions. This is the one thing that I wanted to point out because we did the subsequent EIR. So in other words, our baseline is normally the approved project. But because the approved project was mostly commercial and residential and did not necessarily consider the trucks, the health risk, considered all 2,000 plus truck trips. It was also conservative because we considered cumulative health risk. And so right now we are I'm part of the South Coast Air Quality Management District Working Group. The South Coast Air Quality Management District reached out to environmental organizations and other key stakeholders to consider cumulative impacts for the health risk thresholds that consider things like background risks, like the CalEnviro screen background risk, as well as MATES. MATES is a multiple air toxic exposure study that considers diesel particulates and other air toxic contaminants and concentrations throughout the entire South Coast Air Quality Management District region. What that means for you is that we considered a more stringent health risk standard when we evaluated the environmental impacts from the trucks that considers not only project impacts, but the project's contribution to cumulative health risk in the region. I think I heard some other comments about fire hazards. We did not identify any significant unavoidable impacts to wildfire risk based on the comparison of the proposed plan to the approved plan, as well as updated regulations and fire codes, as well as the additional hardening that would be done as part of the approved project compared to the proposed project. And I think that those were the major comments I have, or if there's any other questions, please let me know.
If there's no other questions, staff would like to request if we could take a break.
A short recess.
Okay.
Short recess.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Can you announce the time, sir?
The time is 8:46.
Thank you. And for the record, the public hearing is still open.
Of course we are.
Okay, we are back from our little short recess. Time is 9 o'clock.
Mayor?
And
If I could just make a note for the record, the staff report incorrectly identifies the resolution that the council is being asked to approve as 2024-19. That's the resolution from last year when the freeway corridor specific plan was before the city council. The correct resolution is 2025-54. Just to be safe, we've printed out copies of that, distributed to the council, put it in the back. But it's essentially the same, which is approving the freeway corridor specific plan and the subsequent EAR. Thank you.
All right, copy, thank you. Okay, that concludes the public hearing, so we'll close the public hearing. It is 9:01, and we'll move back to the dais for council discussion. Councilman Beaver, you still with us?
I am.
Would you like to go first?
I think it was a well put together presentation. I have no other comments nor questions.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I've been digging into this for a long time, and you know, I started writing things down and trying to make sense of it and stuff, and so I'm going to read this little statement, and hopefully you guys can understand where I'm coming from. The proposed freeway corridor specific plan was conceived and developed solely to provide for the development of the two massive warehouse buildings and nothing more. All zoning changes in the corridor plan were made to accommodate the warehouse's developments. The vast majority of the other landowners are expected to settle for whatever's left in the zoning-wise to facilitate the warehouses. All rezoning is for the benefit of the warehouses. All improvements are for the development of the warehouses, and all the infrastructure improvements are for the benefit of the warehouses. We've been repeatedly told by the developer and members of the staff, both private and public meetings, that the warehouses in the freeway corridor plan provide $38 million in needed infrastructure for the city of Yucaipa. Despite repeated requests, I've never seen a breakdown of what that infrastructure consists of. Just $38 million worth of infrastructure. Does that concern anyone? We deal with budgets and review numbers as a council at most every meeting, but we have never been provided a breakdown for what that $38 million includes. In multiple presentations up until tonight, we've been told that the infrastructure was 4.3 miles of water line. In response to my question regarding the $38 million water line and potential alternatives, both the developer and the staff stated in council meetings that if the same infrastructure improvements proposed by the developer had to be completed by the cities, it would cost 2 to 3 times more. Tonight, despite previous claims by both staff and the developer that the $38 million in infrastructure improvements for the water main to benefit future developments, we're now told the $38 million includes on-site improvements, connection fees, and other expenses related to solely for the development of the warehouses. Here's some facts that are related to the infrastructure as it relates to potential development within the freeway corridor specific plan. Number one, the warehouses development would provide no additional wastewater improvements within the freeway corridor specific plan that would benefit the development any additional projects. No street improvements other than the bridge that those improvements immediately in front of the warehouses properties would be constructive on Live Oak Canyon Road or within the freeway corridor specific plan boundaries. The only benefactor of these improvements are the plant warehouse developments prior to Live Oak Canyon entering to the city of Redlands and further down Riverside County. The freeway corridor specific plan does not provide any widening on the north side of the Live Oak Canyon Road between the frontage road and the proposed new bridge. The pumpkin patch has been able to get their traffic problem under control, so now add all that truck traffic from the proposed warehouses, what a disaster. Number 3, Edison infrastructure already exists underground at the Robinsons property at Live Oak Canyon Road and the Outer Highway. Any proposed Edison infrastructure by the warehouse builder would solely benefit the warehouse project. Relocation of any existing overhead lines, Edison lines and poles on the north side of the Live Oak Road fronting the Robinsons Trust property is not contemplated in the freeway corridors plan. Relocation of these Edison structures will be required at a later date with an estimated of several $1 million. Number 4, fiber optic and communication existing on Live Oak Canyon Road in the same area as where Edison is. Any infrastructure improvements to fiber optic communication services only for the benefit of the warehouses, City of Redlands, and Riverside County residents' developments. Number 5, 4.3 miles of domestic water infrastructure. Western Heights Water District currently services all businesses and homes on the freeway frontage road. The Robinsons Trust properties located on the corner of Live Oak Canyon Road and the frontage road could potentially be serviced by Western Heights Water with much less expensive infrastructure improvements. The 4.3 miles of proposed domestic improvements make no provisions for future developments. Makes no provisions for future developments, any connections to said the 4.3 infrastructure for any development would be subject to a fair share agreement, connection fees, and potentially additional infrastructure fees from the Yucaipa Valley Water District. The Robinson Family Trust holds the majority of the land with the proposed freeway corridor plan is completely disenfranchised by this plan. Staff has refused to engage in any meaningful discussions with the Robinsons Trust, despite directions from Mayor Beaver and council last year to engage in all affected landowners to obtain their support for the freeway corridor plan. This proposed freeway corridor plan provides virtually no infrastructure improvements to facilitate development of the Robinsons Family Trust lands. Again, these improvements to the infrastructures were only conceived for the benefits of the warehouse project and domestic water infrastructure for the future developments in Calamasa and Riverside County. We as a council and the citizens of Yucaipa have been repeatedly misled by the warehouse developer and the city staff regarding this true value of proposed infrastructure improvements, and the same has been greatly exaggerated in effort to obtain approval for both the warehouses project and the freeway corridor specific plan. The freeway corridor plan as proposed would empower the staff to make all future decisions within the freeway corridor plan and for future developments for any projects without the oversight of either the planning commission or the city council. That is pretty concerning to me. It is very necessary under our system of governments that the elected officials are allowed the opportunity to review proposed projects for our constituents. It is very concerning to me that we had multiple ordinances and now a freeway corridor specific plan that seek to limit the oversight of the elected officials. This being said, I make a motion that we reject the proposed freeway corridor plan entirely, leaving the existing 2008 freeway corridor plan in place. Thank you.
Okay, so we still have some other comments and stuff before we get into motions. I think before I go to Councilman Miller, from my seat, development of those warehouses down there, I think on the staff's presentation, it said it was 789,000 some change for tax revenue. That brings in 14.4 million, if I wrote it down correctly, in diff fees. And if I'm not mistaken, we had 25 million in loans from the diff fees, is that correct? Phil? Ish?
Ish, yes, that's correct. $20 million interfund loans for all 5 categories as of June 30th, 25.
So this 14 would be able to go towards bringing that down, correct? Is that too too simplified of an answer?
It is. It would help, but the 20 million is all 5 categories. The categories of funding with this specific project do not cover the same 3 categories that make up the 20 million. There's a little bit different, but a couple $1 million would help pay that down. And then the overall DIF program is hundreds of $1 million. The rest of it goes into funding the infrastructure of that $100 million plus number that is required for the infrastructure through the rest of the program.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And the reason I bring that up is that finances are on our radar right now, and anything that helps kind of level some of those things on our ledger, I think helps. And then also, we don't want, I don't know how to simplify this, but when we look at our financial long road plan down the road, we want to be a little diversified. We don't want everything in one basket. And I think this is important because we have had a freeway corridor plan in place since 2008. So what is that, 16, 17 years? And we've had one warehouse built over on County Line Road, and that was in the last year and a half, I think. And nothing else has happened, and we need to do some things to give our kind of a shot in our revenue to our city. And obviously, this isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time. But we got to work on our finances, because if we keep saying no to everything, things are going to pass us by, and we are going to have a hard time paying our bills down the road. And we're going to be at the same crossroad. The initiative that went through last year, whether you agree with it or not, it's a temporary fix. It's a Band-Aid, as someone said earlier. It's not a long-term fix. So we have to figure out something to take care of our finances long-term. And we've been working on this since 2008, and nothing's really transpired. And we've got someone that's willing to think outside the box and do something a little bit different that allows for some of this to take place. So I think it's a good opportunity for what we have right now. We don't have anything else. We don't have people knocking down our doors. We've heard people talk about you should look at other things. We have been. Staff's done a phenomenal job, I think. And I've met with a lot of people on this over the years. This project and the warehouse project and whatnot has been something that I've been in many meetings over the past 4 to 5 years. And I think they're looking outside the box. They're trying to address a lot of concerns. Calamasa is going to have warehouses go in, and you're going to see every one of those, no matter where you are. And this company is willing to come in and move, as it was stated, these small mountains, which is a lot of money, a lot of dirt, just to make it so that it's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. So we keep a little bit of that approach, that visibility that we want to see from the open spaces. There's a lot of other things that we've already talked about previously that I think they're addressing. So I think right now, but what we have in front of us, we have an opportunity. And we should take a hold of that opportunity we have right now. We keep saying no. Eventually, opportunities go away, and we'll be down the road, and we're going to be wishing we had done something. And, this probably isn't the time to say it, but we recently had an event here in town, and we had an overwhelming response from law enforcement and their resources. And if we don't address our finances, there may come a time where we have to not have all the safety precautions and things in the city that we want. And we didn't want that to happen this last time. So that's why the initiative went, the public decided to vote that through to keep that from happening. And it's a good thing that it went through. I don't think cutting public services is the way to go, but when you start running out of money, just like in your families, you start making hard choices. Right now, it's niceties that we're cutting. Eventually, it might get down to the things that we truly need, and it's really going to get uncomfortable, and that will really change the look of our city and the environment of our city if we have to start going that route. That's from my seat. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time, and I kind of just want to start out with to finally meet the Palmer family. In my 8 months on the council, I've either seen your name on a map or in a report. So thank you for coming up. As a property owner, to finally meet you, I heard good things. So thank you for coming up tonight and to actually put a face to the paper on a map. And Dan, I thank you for coming up and giving a presentation of your Pacific Oaks project. Thank our citizens for their input and their concerns. We've heard this a few times, but I'll go back to 17 years this has been talked about. I didn't come with a prepared statement. Mayor Pro Tem, that's great. You've dug in and have your opinion. I've just heard 2.5 hours of facts. You have facts. I would love to go through them with you right now, where you got your facts, but I just heard from experts. I heard from a staff that we have here that have advanced degrees. I have an engineer. I have somebody that has an advanced degree that have studied this stuff for the last, I mean, this thing's been studied for 17 years back and forth. Councils before us have sent it back several times to go meet with property owners. They have met with certain families that you may have been referencing several times. In fact, I sat in a meeting with one of them property owners that just was not extremely positive about working with the city. And that's okay. Everybody has a right to do what they want. In America, you could do what you want with your property. All we're merely looking at is an overlay. These pretty color maps we have over here is an overlay of what the city has looked at to put down. You can do what you want with your property, okay? So we have a developer here, or somebody that wants to develop their property. Pacific Oaks is actually going to bring the infrastructure through to kickstart the project to get us going. Water and infrastructure is everything, right, to get the project going. The mayor talked about long-term sustainability. We were well, John's still in it, but I was in law enforcement for many years, and public safety. Them costs are continually going to go up over the years. I guarantee it. Cost for contracts, cost for cars, guns, bullets, vests, safety equipment, dispatch radio, all that stuff goes up over time. So you have to have some sustainability to pay for the public safety costs that our community values so much. They passed a public safety referendum or tax to make sure we can be sustainable in what we're doing for our public safety, because we have a very safe town. It's hard to say that, because when you say that, something happens usually. But look at our safety report we just had from our sheriff's department. We value having a safe town, but that cost in the end, them costs are very expensive for the things we want to provide. Yes, we provided a balanced budget this year. We are putting a strategic plan together with a financial strategic plan to make sure everything lines up in the future. We're in the middle of we're starting a city manager search. We've got a lot going, but everything predicates on this freeway corridor specific plan and moving this thing forward now. I think Dan has bent over backwards with us, the community. He's revised his plan. Of course, there's going to be folks out there that don't want to see a row of warehouses, like when you fly into Ontario Airport and what do you see? A row of warehouses, right? That's not what this plan is. Let's be honest, people. This is the kickstart for that freeway corridor specific plan. And we also have a housing element to deal with. There's no doubt. If we don't go forward, where are you going to put the houses that the state is requiring us to do? You have to deal with that at some point. And I think if we just think ahead, we may be all gone by then, but if you think ahead of what we can actually do for our town, not just think about our districts and not just think about the short-term thing. Like opening Trader Joe's is great. It's packed every day, but that's short-term. What are we doing long-term for our community? Here's the start. This is what's going to kickstart, and look where it's at down there. Yes, I agree with many of our citizens that say, hey, what about truck traffic and diesel emissions and all that? Yes, there's science on both ways. We've heard from our environmental experts tonight. We even had a third-party environmental person come in that's totally, clean from it to give their report. So you can't tell me it hasn't been vetted 6 ways from Sunday in 17 years. Personally, I've talked to former council members that have sat on this dais and told me what they thought about the plan. I sat down with them at coffee and tell me what you were thinking when you put the plan together and you met with the community and what you wanted to do and what was that vision. What was the money we've spent before, right, City Manager? What have we already invested in as a council and councils before us? It's already there. We're already down the road. And tonight we need to finally do something. We can't kick this can down the road anymore. Just be honest with each other for once. The common sense approach is to approve this plan and let's move forward. One of the things that I've been hearing for the last several months is, and Fermin, I think, hit on this in our Finance Committee meeting, if you approve this plan, there's an area in there that's colored green. We got a lot of colors up there, right? A lot of pretty colors. Crayons, right? And what if you own a piece of property and you like that green area to be a little red? Fine, put your plan in, do your own environmental, not at taxpayer cost. And if you can do your plan and maybe turn some of that into something you can develop, great, that's America. Do what you want with your property. But we're just putting the overlay down. And I think we get confused. The city is just providing kind of the playbook of what you can do. You have to come back with what your development's gonna be, and hopefully you have a good project and it gets approved. You're working with the water company. We got a board member back there. He usually comes to all the meetings. Don't run out of here, Mr. Granlund. They're very in tune to what's going on with water. I think the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about water connections, et cetera. We had a nice presentation a few weeks ago from Joe Zorba, who told us how everything connects in our area with water. That's why we had that presentation. So last meeting I was pretty quiet, and I had a lot of people ask me, Bob, you're really quiet, because I talk a lot, clearly. And I said, well, I was just waiting for this meeting, because I knew how important this is. This is an important signature event. Somebody tonight talked about legacy, what our legacy is going to be. This is our legacy. I think it's going to be positive. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about a few things in my life, but this is the legacy. That if we can provide what we need to do, you heard the iron workers talking about jobs and hiring our own people. What kind of housing can we have for our own people? Me and Mr. Granlund had talked about this over coffee one day. Can our kids afford houses in our own town to be able to live here, work here, and be able to provide for their family here? What can we do for our own town? We've got to think about the 54,000 people that live here. Common sense approach is we need to start this thing. So I may hear from some people, well, Bob, are you pro-development? No, I'm about managed growth. Do what can work. And every project is different. We have to take everything as it comes to us. But no more kicking it down the road. And I'll be honest with you, that's all I got to say about it. I think everybody knows where I stand right now. I'll make an alternate motion that we approve this plan. I know we have a motion on the floor, but I'm making an alternate motion that we approve this plan tonight.
You're up, ma'am.
Well, I've made lots of notes on this evening. I've changed them and rewritten them, and I did appreciate the staff presentation on the questions and answers. I think that was a great job. It did, even for me, answer a lot of things, clarified things for me, which I think is important. I want to make a comment to Mr. Venable. I do appreciate very much your comments and your concerns, and I did listen. And I've taken them into consideration. However, I've not heard anything from other speakers and everything tonight that has changed my mind. I still support my previous vote.
Okay. So we have a first motion on the floor, and that is to reject the options that were presented by staff. Do I have a second? Hearing none. So I guess that motion fails. We We have a second motion on the floor to accept the recommendations as staff has presented. Do I have a second on that?
I'll
I'll
second.
second. Oh, Justin seconded.
Okay. So first is Mr. Miller, second is Mr. Beaver, and we will need to do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Beaver,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Woolsey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Venable,
No.
Mayor Thorpe.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next is council member comments and reports. So before I go down the line here, earlier tonight in the consent agenda, we talked about awarding a contract to get some paving done on County Line Road. Got an email earlier, I want to say it was Thursday, I don't remember exactly the day now, earlier this week, about another one of our constituents upset about the condition of the roadway and how long it's taken, and is upset with, frankly, our city council and our city staff on where we are on that project. Didn't mention Calamasa at all. I know we just did an update on this not too long ago, and I've reached out to this individual to meet with them, have a one-on-one meeting with them. We'll see if they'll accept it, but maybe on a future nearby meeting, we could get another update on that, just to put some information out, and maybe put something out on social media so people can see it, because it's becoming a little bit more frequent that people are voicing their, it's been going on for a while, but it's becoming a little more frequent that people are frustrated with where we are in this. I understand that there's a lot of moving parts and it's a joint venture and whatnot, but sometimes people don't always see the updates that are out there before, so if we could put something out about that, maybe I appreciate that. The second thing is I want to publicly thank the Sheriff's Department and all of the resources and all the different people that have been involved in this incident that took place this last week. Thank you very much. Please pass it on up the chain for us. You all are awesome. You did a great job. I know there's still some things being cleared up, but you all did a really good job, and just we're proud of you. And anything we can do, we're here for you. But I just think you guys got on it. People helped out. There's a lot of people providing resources, or search and rescue, a bunch of other people. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And if you please pass that on all the way up the chain, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. To my left.
On the 14th, I attended the Metro Valley Board meeting, which is a monthly meeting. I also attended the Inland Empire Business 10-year anniversary celebration at Yamaha. On the 18th, the Finance Committee meeting. On the 19th, the Rotary Club and the Water District meeting. On the 20th, I attended a reception for Jay Obernolte. On the 21st, Trader Joe's opening. And on the 22nd, I attended the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance pre-harvest industry event at the North Cork Vineyard and Winery. First time I've ever been there. It's quite a place. I know. That's what I get.
Yeah, I just want to thank our staff. They don't get the credit for the work they do. I know especially this last project has been a labor of love or pain, one of the two, for a lot of years. Ben, for me, Jennifer, everybody. I know you guys have worked so hard on this. And your staffs that work with you, you've definitely put your college education and experience to work. So thanks for hanging in there with us. And the council always has good intentions. I know we all respect you and everything, but we all have different viewpoints at times. But thank you for what you do. And interim city manager Jennifer Crawford, we're so proud of the work you've done. You've done such a great job coming in and just holding us together, man. And I really do appreciate it. I have had the opportunity to work with many city managers over the years. I am really appreciative of the work you do and how you get things to us when we need them, and they're clear. It's very professional work, and how you brought the staff together. I really appreciate it. And our finance director, Phil, he knows how much I appreciate him for keeping us on track. and the many things that did with Ryan and Megan and the whole staff. You guys just do a great job. And, you know, I wish the audience was here to hear this right now. You know, they leave after their item's up usually, but you guys work really hard. And being a former staff member, I know you don't take the credit. You don't care about credit. You do it because you care about our city. Just think of the little things that happen, the great things we have at YPAC that happen, the great things we do in the community. Trader Joe's, I think there was a line around 3 times around the store. The things that just happen in our town, you know. Looks like we might get some new baseball lights. No, sorry about that. But, you know, it's just good stuff we do. The relationship, especially with Councilmember Woosley, she goes to everything. She goes to all the water board meetings, has a great relationship with them, which helps everything we do. So we have a good team, you know, and I think once we get our strategic plan together and we keep moving forward, and our staff will be part of that, and our community. A lot of good things are ahead. We just don't talk about it enough, but I think we do. We've been through a lot in the last 8 months, and I think we're coming out of it. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, how grateful I know I am for working with this council and the things they're doing, and especially working with this staff. You guys are awesome. I wish I had you when I was working, you know. You guys are great staff, and we're lucky to have you, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pruden?
Well, Youth Advisory Committee, we have some kids that graduated and that are leaving our committee and stuff, and so we are looking. I think that we'll be able to cover them, no problem and stuff. But if you know any kids and stuff that would like to get involved, we'd love to have them. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Beaver?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo your sentiments briefly. Outstanding job as always by our police department, our sheriff's department. Obviously, we made national and in fact even international headlines this month, tragically, and for the very wrong reasons. Press release was put out by our mayor. Just to want to reiterate it: kidnappings don't happen in Yucaipa. Our city is safe. The world knows that now, thanks to the phenomenal investigative prowess of our sheriff's detectives. Captain, I wish I was there for your first meeting. We will get a chance to meet in person, I promise. With that, I'd like to ask Councilman Miller to join me in asking staff to schedule a public safety committee meeting in the very near future, so as to sit down with our new chief of police and kind of lay out some more notification requests as we move forward for critical incidents. And nothing further.
All right, so you guys will set up a meeting for the ad hoc meeting for the public safety? Thank you. And going back to the Trader Joe's thing, there was like 400 to 600 people in the first hour, and I went there the other day today to pick up something, and I think the clerk told me this morning that in the first day of sales was like 150,000, the first day. That's pretty good. Now, obviously, we're not going to see all that, but that's good for a first day's work in our city. So it's impressive. With that, let's see here. Ma'am, Acting City Manager, do you have anything to add or announce?
Yeah, last week on Monday, I submitted to City Council my intent to retire on December 30th. It came bittersweet, but as of October, I'll be here for 26 years. And I appreciate the team that surrounded me. And over the years, all the employees I've worked with, all the city councils, all the community members, just so much that we've gotten done over the years. And it's family. You spend so many hours here a day, and you can't describe how talented the City of Yucaipa team is. And so you as City Council, the community, everybody needs to be proud of it, and also of our City Council. And so December 30th
exiting
will be my last day. But until then, I'll be here every day working hard for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, with that, our next scheduled City Council meeting will be Monday, September 8th, 2025. And we stand adjourned at 9:35.